Okay, wonderful. Then, okay, wonderful. Then, very sorry for the delay, but we are about to get started. It only took, I think, 15 researchers and 3 people from the technical support to get us going. But you know how it is with hybrid events. It's always more challenging than you would have thought initially. A very, very warm welcome from my side at Goethe University in Frankfurt. My name is Anna Wanke, for those who have not seen me or have only seen on Zoom so far and think, oh, she looked much smaller on Zoom. So this is me. I'll be hosting you here, and it's really a pleasure to do that in Frankfurt. It's so great that you came from the old parts of the world, New Zealand, from all over Europe to join us here. And I'm also standing here not only as a representative of Frankfurt University, but also as a representative of Frank Oswald, who is really, really sad that he cannot be here with us in the next couple of days. As most of you know, he had to undergo a very sudden health issues, had to undergo a sudden operation. And really, if he would have had any chance, he would have come here. I have to give him a live ticker on my phone to update him all the time how it's going, and very worried if you have enough to eat and to drink and good weather and so on. So he sends his best regards, and yeah, if you want, please get in touch with him and send him your regards as well. And of course, that's also a call for taking a lot of photos so that we can document this event well. I think it's really amazing that we get together in this group. For me, it's the first time that I see you all in person. I know some of you from different other cooperations. I know some of you also from online meetings, but this is the first time I see you all in this room together, and it's a really amazing feeling. And again, thanks so much for the people that have put this together and organized this, as Kieran and Christine, who also cannot be here with us today in person, but she's online, as you have seen, or as you can see here on the screen. A very special thanks from my side also to all the people who organized this event. And this is, of course, as most of you already know, particularly Carmen here on site, who is also now holding the camera so people online can see us. So she's doing basically everything. So I can't even make the list, because then it would take far too much time. Again, if you have any practical questions, please go to Carmen, and she will be able to answer everything from the weather forecast to any traffic strikes that are upcoming. No, I don't think there are any at the moment, luckily. And then we have also an amazing team of people that have assisted in and are assisting in this organization. That you have already met. I think some of them you've already met. So Christina is here, who will support us. Smilla, I think, is somewhere here. There are some people also in the background that were organizing and cannot be here today because they fell sick, like Natalie. Luisa will be helping us. And of course, Hua, sorry, where do I see you? Perfect. Don't have my glasses. Also had a great contribution in organizing this meeting, and especially organizing this Friday event. And we're really, really happy and grateful and proud that you chose Goethe University as the place to do your PhD. And it's amazing to have you with us also in this event. So without further ado, and because we are already a bit late, I will hand over to Kieran to open the event, I think content related, and then we will jump right into the presentations of our great guest speakers for today.
Okay, good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for being here, and thanks everybody for being online. I suppose firstly, and just to kind of echo Anna's thanks for everybody who's organized so much around this event. such investment in creating such a rich program as well. So that's Anna, Frank, of course, Carmen, for all their logistic support. And you can just see from the program itself, the strengths are really valuable for us as a network to have. So just for the online audience, we do, and for ourselves, we do have to kind of position where this fits in with the overall training program and training event. So I'm not going to spend too much time, but it's more so to let people know, I guess, where we're actually fitting in terms of the overall kind of aim of what this network is about. As you know, this is about a doctoral training network. It goes on for 36 months. This is the third of the training series. And essentially, there's kind of three main aims to this. One is around identifying flexible need systems that respond to the heterogeneous populations that we have in different contexts. So we had that event back in Ancona. This one is focusing very much on home and belonging. And within that, we need to think about how home and belonging is very much interconnected with these other ideas, other challenges. And the final one is really around rights and voice. And I suppose one of the things that we need to be cognizant of, just as a group of researchers who are interested in today's topic of home and belonging, is, I suppose, how that really connects with all these different aspects of aging in place. Why it matters in terms of the kind of systems that we actually use, why it matters in terms of the kind of representation we get as well, and why it matters in the context of our overall experience of aging in place. For those of you who are online and aren't familiar with the network, these are all the different ways you can stay in touch with the network itself. And I suppose we'd encourage you to very much kind of connect with the network over the coming. So finally, in today's session, there will be pieces that will be contributing into theoretical aspects and applied and empirical aspects of aging in place, but there will also be some inputs that we're really trying to interrogate that methodological element as well, which is really important. And I suppose what's really important is that there is a focus on this idea of diversity of places and diverse contexts. There's a focus on diversity of people and where people are coming from. So as we're going through it and thinking about how this responds to our own research, it is important to think about these questions about this notion of diversity, but also this idea of responsiveness and inclusivity and how that affects our overall construction of ideas of home and belonging as well. Before I go into the program just for today and just to make a few last minute adjustments, I guess it's really important that we're actually having this session. Notion of home and belonging is much more relevant now, given a lot of the kind of shifts that are happening in context worldwide. And you absolutely see that soaking into people's awareness. So even though we're always not focused on the language of home and belonging, we see that echoed through a lot of policy landscape, a lot of policy ideas as well. So again, I think for a group of early stage researchers who are beginning to unpack these questions, to think about how this relates to your topics, how this relates to the kind of work that you do, whether it's language around aging in place, whether it's around health and social care, whether it's around ideas of attachment, these kind of notions and concepts drift into everything that we might be interested in the context of aging in place. And I think there's a much greater awareness that we need to build that belonging as we go forward as well. So finally then, just in terms of today, we've had just a slight amendment to the afternoon schedule. So we will be starting a little bit earlier. So we're going to be having one session directly after lunch, which is going to look at late life homelessness. So we have Amanda Grenier, who's going to be presenting on that. And then we're going to have a coffee break and we're going to start the afternoon session just a little bit earlier. So just to note that, and the close of the day will again be maybe just 45 minutes earlier at 5 o'clock. We've had an apology from Gavin Andrews. He has contracted a chest infection and sends his apologies. And I think there seems to be something going on globally. I'm not going to use the word pandemic, but everything has essentially compiled against for Gavin for addressing us. So he does send his apologies, and another stage will get him involved. So with no further ado, I think we'll go straight into the program. So I'm going to hand you back to Anna, who's going to chair the first session for us this morning. Thanks very much.
Exciting. So Thank you so much for being here. The floor is yours, and I will take over later in the discussion again.
Thank you so much, Anna. And before I start, I would just like to get my presentation back to the beginning, because that is not, how do I do that? Should I just go backwards, whiz through it? No. Oh, it's on that one. I'm doing a keyboard that's not connected. There. Hurrah. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much, Anna and Frank, for inviting me here today to present to this amazing audience. And thank you for Kieran and Christine as well for HOMeAGE International. Today, I'm going to be talking to you about the impact of disembodied social presence on loneliness, home and belonging. And I should add, I didn't travel all the way from New Zealand. I know it sounds like I should have jet lag, but I'm currently on study leave in the UK and only just flew over from there. So not quite as far as Anna suggested. So today I want to start by talking about some of the concepts that I'm going to be discussing today. So what embodiment and disembodiment might mean in terms of social presence, loneliness, cultural identity and belonging, which I'll deal with together. And I'm going to do a whistle-stop tour around two studies that look at the influence of technology-mediated communication by older adults on long distance and transnational relationships, with an influence on loneliness and an influence on cultural identity and belonging. And I'm going to finish with a more theoretical approach to looking at spectral traces of social relationships and the potential impact on autobiographical belonging at home, and leaving around 15 minutes at the end for a good question and answer session. So starting, think off with thinking about what does embodiment mean. This is one of those concepts that has a variety of different definitions depending on which discipline you come from. Philosophy and phenomenology tend to oppose the Cartesian dualism of separation of mind and body, and deal as mind and body as connected. So body is the site of knowing the world. One of the excellent pieces on this is Merleau-Ponty's Phenomenology of Perception. And in general, that's the approach I'm taking today, that embodiment is us experience the world, we think about the world, but we connect with the world through our body. The psychological definition of embodiment is somewhat similar. It's a physical, it suggests that the physical states we have, the gestures, frantically doing now, our facial expressions and postures all influence our cognitive processes, but also our emotional experiences. The definition I'm not using today is the engineering definition of embodiment. And that really encompasses artificial intelligence and robotics and physical instantiation, which means that those systems or agents or robots have embedded sensors and motors so that they can interact with environments or the people in environments and connect with those environments. So it doesn't mean that a robot, for example, has a human shape or a human body, but that it has the ability to interact with those environments. And I'm not using that definition of embodiment. Disembodiment can mean different things as well. And in psychology and phenomenology, disembodiment is thought of the state of being up in your head or deep in thought. And being deep in thought, we are somewhat removed from our immediate circumstances. Being deep in thought takes us to another place, to other connections, and it decreases our immediate attention to what is happening around us, attention to our visual and audio senses. So we're at that place and time in the past rather than here and now. And I'm using that as sense of disembodiment when I'm talking about our spectral traces and thinking about other ancestors, places, and people. But I'm specifically focusing on disembodied social presence. And here I'm making a distinction between face-to-face connection and body-to-body connection. And when I started in gerontology, we used to refer to face-to-face connection as being in the presence of someone. So we used to do face-to-face interviews, which meant we went to someone's home, sat down with them, got to know them, developed a rapport. But over the years, of course, face-to-face has come to mean different things, because we now have video call technology whereby we can connect face-to-face, but not body to body. So I'm using that term embodied presence to mean that body to body connection in the same room at the same time. Face-to-face connection can be via communications and ICT, which tends to draw on different senses to connect us. Generally, we use auditory and visual connections through media communication, but we can also use olfactory, haptic and gustatory senses as well, although I've got to admit I haven't used any of those in any of the communications that I do. Also aligned to this idea of communication through media is a social presence theory. And the social presence theory tries to assess to what extent media and communication can imitate that body-to-body setting and create the same emotions and experiences that would arise from a body-to-body or embodied presence. So I'm using disembodiment and embodiment in two ways. In communication, embodied communication is that body-to-body in the same room at the same time. And disembodied communication when we are at the end of a phone, on text, using video calls. But I'm also using disembodied social presence to refer to our processes of thinking and being in the past, thinking about our social relationships with a person who is not present at that point of time, and the person is in our mind, and we're connected only through our mind rather than through our bodies. So the first study I want to talk about is one that's looking at technology-mediated communication, which I'm going to refer to as TMC, as I'm stumbling it over every time I say it, by older adults in long-distance relationships with relatives and the influence that has on loneliness. So first of all, I'm defining loneliness as a negative emotional experience that rises from the mismatch between the quality and quantity of social relationships that we desire and those that we achieve. Distinguishing that from social isolation, which is low or lack of meaningful social contact through social relationships. And the difference being that isolation is not always negative. Some people can choose to be alone, and we all sometimes seek out solitude to, especially when perhaps families are annoying us, etc. But people may be isolated but not lonely. They may be lonely but not isolated, isolated and lonely, or neither. And the next part I want to define is technology-mediated communication, so TMC. And this is a form of communication that's controlled and facilitated by technology and tools. Now, it includes some of those old tools that we've had for years, like telephone contact, but also the newer forms of connection, text, email, and video calls. It is subsumed under that broader set of information communication technology, but we distinguish it from that because I'm not talking about the ways in which ICT to seek out information or seek out services, but TMC refers specifically to communication with others. So in this first study, we used a sequential explanatory strategy to conceptualize 3 mediation models. And we anticipated that telephone, text and email and video calls would, with relative, would mediate a pathway between the proximity to family and loneliness. We also drew on qualitative interviews to help interpret the statistical analysis, and data were drawn from, okay. Ah.
You can see them in the room, but
yeah, okay. Well, I can carry on talking without a slide if they can hear me. Okay, that's fine. So that was a sort of complicated way of, I suppose, of saying what we anticipated was that people who live further away from their families are more likely to use TMC to keep in contact, and that living further away from your families is likely to contribute to loneliness, but that those forms of different communication would mediate that relationship between living further away from family and the outcome of loneliness. Yay, thank you very much. So essentially that's drawing on that social presence theory to see whether or not these forms of TMC have emotional equivalence to body or embodied contact. we found that, I also need to add, this is pre-COVID, both of these studies. So things may have changed since the more routine and regular use of TMC during that period of our lives now. And in this study, we found that at the time, more than half of our participants, which were located in North Wales, and they were part of the cognitive function and ageing study, more than half were using the telephone daily or 2 to 3 times a week to contact with their families. Texts and emails were used less frequently, but around a third were in contact with relatives at least weekly. And then at the time, unsurprisingly, video calls were used the least frequently, with around 10% of the population contacting their relatives at least monthly by this means. So what did we find? Well, firstly, we looked at the proximity of relatives with this use of phone calls. And if you recall, I thought that, or we thought that people who live further from their relatives would be using TMC more regularly. That wasn't the case with phone calls. The people who used phones most regularly to contact their children or other relatives were actually living closer to their children. And this particular association did mediate loneliness, but in a different way than we anticipated. So our qualitative data helped us unpick why this may be the case. And a couple of examples here demonstrate that the telephone conversations supplemented rather than replaced. And I put face-to-face and I meant body contact there. So this is embodied contact. So for example, Mr. Jones, who was 66, lived next door to his sister and saw her 3 times a week, but he also phoned her frequently. And Mrs. Bevan had a daughter and 3 sons living within 5 miles. They had body-to-body contact, but also a phone call from at least one of those children daily. So in this case, the telephone calls were not replacing body-to-body contact or embodied contact, but were supplementing with the people who lived the closest to them. Text and emails didn't mediate that relationship between living further away from a family member and experiencing loneliness. And again, our qualitative data helped explain why that was. And people were using texts for very specific purposes. It wasn't really keeping in contact and finding out how each other were. It was to send information. Like here, there's a picture of a coffee cup, which was sent by one person to her sister to indicate a prearranged meetup at a cafe. Other people exchanged things like menus or said, can you ring me when you have a moment? Because that's the proper conversation we're going to have, or just to send best wishes about having a good journey. So it was very much used informationally, and it wasn't really used in long distance relationships to keep in contact in any particular way. With emails, people felt it rather onerous when lots of emails arrived and they felt they had to deal with them quickly and tended to avoid using those as well. With video calls, we found that proximity of relatives was associated with frequency of video calls. So those who live further away from their children did use video calls more frequently. There was meant to be one more slide there, which also showed that this didn't mediate that relationship between proximity of relatives and loneliness. So older people were using those calls on very special occasions. They might use a video call to keep in contact on a birthday, at the birth of a child, or at Christmas and special events. So, for example, one woman said, I've had one conversation with my grandson in 2 years. We all get together on Boxing Day up at my son's, and he connects to him on Skype. Oh, there's the one that says, no, that did not mediate the relationship between proximity to family and loneliness. And again, some of our narratives, analysis of the narratives suggests that why that might be the case. This particular quote is from a woman who was in a bedroom after the death of her husband. And she said, you know, feeling quite lonely. And my granddaughter came in. She's only 6 then. Oh, Nanny. And she's got her arms around me. I'm trying to console Nanny, she says, with her arms around me. So this really illustrates that the loneliness that woman was feeling needed that embodied, or she felt that the embodied contact with her grandchild was the one that contributed to alleviating her loneliness. So out of this study, the take-home message was only phone calls appeared to have had that emotional equivalence to the gold standard, if you like, of embodied presence, decreasing loneliness. But the analysis suggested that these supplemented body-to-body contact rather than replacing it with those people being nearby. So the second study is a little bit further afield. This is a technology-mediated communication by older adults in transnational relationships and the influence that has on belonging. So this study was conducted with 815 older migrants from 6 ethnic groups living in England and Wales. And we were using the data to help us understand older migrants' ethnic identity, cultural identity, and identity with the family's country of origin, and British identity. So let me explain a few of those things. I'm distinguishing cultural heritage from cultural identity and belonging. Cultural heritage is either based on the singularity or plurality of ethnic group membership. And cultural heritage is forged mainly where you live, with the culture of family and origin and the trappings that might associate with that. So it might be dress, food, the particular values and behaviours associated by the culture of the places or place where one's lived or has lived. Cultural identity, on the other hand, is a choice about who you particularly feel you belong to in terms of a cultural group. And it can be plural. It isn't necessarily one cultural identity. It's a personal experience which is derived from that knowledge of membership of a social group or groups, together with the value and emotional significance attached to that meaning. The other thing I'm talking about is transnational relationship. But again, I probably need to explain what I mean by that. So transnationalism is the extent to which people form relationships with other people overseas. I used to talk about the connections to people living in a country of origin when we were talking about migrants. But in fact, people's networks are now dispersed globally all over the world. So that transnational relationship may be with the country of origin, or it may be with other relatives anywhere really in the world. It's been suggested that transnationalism has been facilitated by time and space compressing technology. So that works in 2 ways. It might be TMC that facilitates communication between other people in other areas of the world, but it also might be the technology in terms of aircraft and crossing borders, apart from the situation of COVID, of course, where it facilitates visiting and that embodied presence with relatives and transnational relationships. There's also been a suggestion that this transnationalisation moves towards a homogenous global village, and that separate cultural identities, national identities, are jeopardised. Now, in this particular study, we expected time. Is that something I need to be worried about? There's a warning come up on here. Sorry, it's in German. In this study, we thought that particular type, transnational behaviours would impact on formation and maintenance of cultural identities. So we captured cultural identity and belonging to a particular cultural group through variables that identify participants' sense of belonging, either to an ethnic group, which is an ethnic identity, to a family's country of origin, or to the UK, which is where they were living at the time of this study, which would be a British identity. And the strength of belonging was rated on a 5-point scale from not at all strong to very strong. We also classified people into types of different relationships, transnational relationships with their children, their siblings, and other relatives abroad using latent class analysis. And we discovered 4 different types of transnational relationship types. The infrequent digital communicator. These were people who had the highest use of digital forms of communication and rarely actually used the phone to keep in contact with families. That was very infrequent, with contact monthly or less frequently. Right, these types of relationships are always also typified by very low levels of visiting, so embodied presence with relatives abroad. infrequent telephone communicators. Guess what that means? They communicated by telephone, but they did not communicate with their family members very frequently at all. So another form of disembodied communication, but not very frequent. The highly connected regular benefactors were in touch with their relatives by phone, but also used Skype, email, and text. What they also did was send lots of gifts to relatives overseas and money overseas, but also visited their relatives overseas, and their relatives overseas would visit them in the UK too. So there was both embodied and disembodied forms of communication with their relatives. And the occasional bilateral bounteous visitors gave lots of gifts to relatives abroad, but only occasionally visited relatives abroad. It was not the same as these highly connected regular benefactors who would be in contact weekly with relatives abroad. So for each relationship with every child, sibling, or relative abroad, we classified the relationship into one of these 4 types. And we then used the logistic regression for each of the discrete sets of relationships to see if the transnational relationship type impacted on the outcome of cultural identity. Our hypotheses were that relationships that were typified by embodied social presence, so the visits, would be associated with a stronger identity, cultural identity with the family's current country of origin, and a stronger ethnic identity, while the transnational relationships that were characterized by TMC would be associated with a weak cultural identity and a weak ethnic identity, a weak cultural identity with the family's origin of origin. This is what we found. So the only 2 of those relationship types were associated with the outcomes of different types of identity and belonging. The infrequent digital communicators and the highly connected regular benefactors. I wish I'd found some really nice acronyms for these, actually. It would be a lot easier at this point in time. And the impact on the cultural identity not only depended on the type of transnational relationship, but also who that relationship was with, whether it was an other relative, sibling, or a child. So we expected this particular, TMC to contribute to this supranational identity and be associated with weaker identities. So while we found that the infrequent digital communicator transnational relationships with relatives were associated with a weaker identity, the same relationship but with a child was associated with a stronger British identity. This, as I mentioned earlier, was because a lot of the children were not living in a country of origin, but were living elsewhere in the world. So, for example, in the US or other countries in Europe, as opposed to in the UK. And we think that some of the contrasting of a person's own ethnic identity with a child who has a similar ethnic identity, but now has different values, behaviours associated potentially with the place they were living, strengthened that sense of feeling British and a British identity as well. Now, our highly connected regular benefactors were associated with a stronger ethnic identity with relatives and a stronger cultural identity with families' country of origin with siblings. So as I mentioned earlier, these are really characterized by more embodied relationships with people visiting countries of origin and people from those countries visiting people in the UK. Overseas, in particular, those gifts of money to the countries, to the places of origin were really important in terms of developing places in the community for meeting, places of worship, and different types of civic amenities. So there was a big investment in maintaining those sorts of transnational relationships, and helped, I think, contribute to that identification strongly with the country of origin. But I think the interesting part here is about that relationship with siblings through this form of connection. The sustained level of body-to-body contact through visiting with siblings is a special sort of relationship. There's not a great deal of research on sibling relationships over in gerontology, but the ones that have existed have talked about that being a very special relationship. That's with a person who is likely to remember your childhood, your parents, and has had an extremely long relationship with you that you can talk about the past with. So in this respect, the embodied transnational sibling relationships may have a particular role in reinforcing ethnic identity through reminiscing about one's cultural and familial heritage. So the final part I want to talk about is spectral traces of social relationships. And this is more theoretical. It's not based on a particular study, but it's the potential impact on autobiographical belonging and home. So place attachment generally defines a positive emotional experience that binds a person to a place and a desire to maintain a closeness to that place. And there are lots of different ways of explaining place attachment depending on, again, your theoretical position. From a phenomenological approach, it's addressed through the social construction of self in the relation to the social world, and the place in which you're attached to is the location of various social interactions. You may have an autobiographical or a sociobiographical relationship to that place and memories associated with the people and place in which you belong. Spectral traces combine both time and place. And in this particular presentation, because I've talked about loneliness and belonging, I want to talk about ways in which we may be disconnected with our place. We may still feel we belong, but at the same time feel excluded or disconnected. And in this particular part of the presentation, I'm giving examples of disembodied social presence and how those have a potential to impact on autobiographical belonging and home. So place has been used as a symbol for both collective and individual identities, but spectral traces maybe in the landscape, or trauma in a landscape, maybe reflect or be a reminder of cultural and structural processes of division, disconnection, or exclusion from a place. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples from Wales. In 1965, the Houses of Parliament passed a bill that allowed a valley of Tryweryn in Wales to be flooded, and the community of Capel Celyn to be relocated and displaced. This was a precursor to a movement for devolution for Wales, because it felt that the people of Wales had been misrepresented, mistreated, and not taken care of. So 800 acres of this valley was flooded. People had to move home. And what we have today is a massive reservoir, but in times of drought, those waters of the reservoir recede, and you can see the traces of the houses where people used to live. And in a report in a local newspaper, an older person noted, "You remember where everything was and the people that you link with certain spots in that valley." So this is an example of disembodied social presence, where you can think, and in your mind, you're back to a time in the past where you connected with people in the streets of that village that are now visible. And they serve as that reminder of displacement, exclusion, and a disruption to the social relationships in that place at that time. There are also more obvious examples of people remembering Tryweryn. Cofiwch Tryweryn is remember Tryweryn. And then there are these red symbols in various places around Wales, just to remind people of the oppression by English politics. The second picture there, also at the bottom, says Cofiwch Aberfan, which is the second study that place that I want to consider in terms of spectral traces of trauma in the landscape. So this is familiar for older people in a former Welsh coal mining community. In 1966, a huge avalanche of coal and slurry engulfed the junior school of Pantglas in Aberfan and killed, and several houses in the village, and killed 144 people at the time. And you can see the tiny coffins with a mass burial at the side there. The tips that remained at the top of the mountain were a constant reminder of that event and the disaster that took place in Aberfan. The National Coal Board left those tips and the coal mines open for a further 2 years before actually doing anything about them. And Mr. Davis in the House of Commons said, "These are glaring at us as every day, full of threat and a constant reminder of the tragedy." Although these pits have now been closed and grass has grown over them, and they're generally landscaped and form part of the mountain scenery there, they still get revealed, and this is another spectral trace of the disaster. So these pictures show Aberfan in 1966, but in 2020, Storm Dennis and the deluge of water from them also revealed parts of the landslide again, reminding people of those substantial losses. So again, as a reminder, as a visible sign that takes people back in their mind to think about those losses of the children and the relationships that they had at that time. So just to summarize, embodied and disembodied social presence has an impact on loneliness, cultural identity and belonging. Now, we saw that disembodied social presence didn't decrease loneliness in those long distance family relationships in the UK. And transnational relationships that used some disembodied social presence, if you like, the TMC, seem to provide a range of alternative identities which people could either self-categorize with or actually contrast their group identity. And disembodied social presence, again through TMC, was associated with weaker ethnic identity and strongest British identity. Embodied social presence, on the other hand, body-to-body in-person contact, was associated with a stronger ethnic identity and a stronger cultural identity with the family's origin, country of origin. And then finally, more theoretically, these spectral traces of trauma in the landscape can provoke a disembodied social presence, memories of losses, displacement, exclusion, division, and conflict. So thank you for listening. We have some time now for some questions and answers.
Insights into your work that were very different, but then also connected. Thank you. We have 2 microphones, so we have this little thingy there that you can put on your mouse, but you can also just use it to speak into it. And Paulina is a great help of bringing this around. So whoever wants to pose a question, we would ask you to wait a little bit and speak into that so that the people online can also hear us. Yeah, genau, das ist gut. So we already have 2 questions, and I know there were also some prepared, but let's.
Really interesting, this. One of the pieces in and was your first or second study struck me as interesting in relation to migration and whether the place where you come ever becomes home. And there was one of your findings that infrequent communication with children was associated with a stronger British identity. Now, does that, we don't know about causal connections, but there's a kind of implication that one is more grounded in the new place if less connected to people in the place from which you've come. Would that be the implication of that finding?
Well, people could have multiple connections, so they could still be connected to a country of origin, say through a sibling, but have children abroad. And part of the whole presentation for that, which I didn't present here today, was where other relatives, siblings and children were located. And on the whole, other relatives and siblings might be in countries of origin, whereas children tended to be elsewhere in the world. They didn't go back to the countries of origin.
Right.
They may be, as I said, in the US or in Europe, in Saudi Arabia, or what have you. And I think in that context, how we try to explain what that was, they both have similar ethnic origins, both the children and the parents.
Right.
But the difference between values and attitudes are still going to be influenced perhaps by where you are. And that just highlighted perhaps those differences between the children and the original ethnic identity, if you like, heightening that sense of Britishness about the people that were living in Britain. But we really need to explore that further, I think, to unpick some of that. What we haven't done, and I'd explain, those were individual models for each type of relationships. And I don't think we've really got big enough data to put everything in a model together and go, actually, which was the strongest influence on either British identity, cultural identity, or ethnic country of origin identity. That would be ideal. We'd get a sense of them with whether or not that was just because of those that sense of strongest British cultural identity was only when they were talking about their children, or whether there were other similar influences as well. But I think it was quite fascinating.
It is fascinating. Maybe we could talk later. I don't want
Yeah.
because we did a piece of research with one of my graduate students around family and recreating family among people who'd migrated to Canada. And people chose to leave migration was an opportunity to leave behind some family members.
Yeah.
Rather literal as well as emotional. So
Yes, thank you. So disembodiment in terms of the process of thinking, when you're taking yourself to that place and time, when you're remembering those people, those relationships, that process itself is disembodiment. That deep thinking and connection with that. But that doesn't mean to say, I mean, those examples were traumatic examples where people lost lives or people lost the place in which they were connected. That was just one example of spectral traces. Spectral traces could also be a positive experience. They might not, and that was collective. So it might not be a collective experience either. It might be an individual experience. And that person may still be around. You may be taken back to remember a past time and a past event and a social interaction if, I don't know, you walked to a particular clearing in a wood and you remembered there having a picnic or a special occasion or something happening there. And then when you go back to the place that you're attached, the person is still around. So it could be embodied, but the actual process of thinking is disembodiment. And the people you're connecting with in your mind are disembodied at that point in time when you're connecting to that spectral trace. Does that make sense? Yeah, so which is goes back to this sort of phenomenological and the philosophical approach of it's mind and body together. So you are rooted in place, but whilst you're rooted in place and those experiences and the smell and the sound, the argument would go that as you connect to the past, you are less present in that space. It may be the trigger to that process that your body and mind in that place triggers that disembodiment back to a past event. So yeah, I'm not suggesting that's the separation of mind and body. They are together, but in the process of remembering, you take that trip back in time and you are less present in the current time, but that has been the trigger for that disembodied experience. Thanks for the question though. Okay, yeah. I think that's so the question is, in the wider study, if I were to do it again, what we would ask about those relationships and the impact on identity. I think it's a really interesting question. We had qualitative data from that particular study, but it was around caregiving, because we were interested actually whether people were doing transnational caring practices. We had less information about the content of the relationships. And if I were to do it again, I would definitely not try and combine 6 different ethnic groups together, which we always, when we were publishing, say, actually, this is not really a very good idea, but we only had small numbers in each group. Focus on one particular group, understand more about how each person in that dyad understood identity, cultural identity, British identity, identity with the family of origin, and the sorts of things that they potentially, the topics they talked about. But if we are going back to Nora's question about, you know, how do we compare ourselves to other people, actually more around that, what is it only when I talk to my children overseas I feel like more British because I'm comparing it with that, or is there something else about that relationship which we haven't captured? And if I'm talking to my brother who lives in my country of origin, what is it we talk about that makes me feel that? Because there's the possibility as well, we've got a snapshot here of one set, the outcome indicators were just one measure. It wasn't with each relationship, although we classified the relationships separately, the outcome was at one point in time. And it's possible that you feel differently, your sense of identity feels different in each of those relationships. So actually capturing that as well, I think, is important. I'll repeat your question for the people on the other end.
When you were describing the when you were describing 2 participants and their ways of using technology, in brackets you put, I think, Jonas, and then the age, and then the marital status, and the marital status was never married and divorced. Why was it important in that study to put this marital status there? Does it signal that if you're divorced or you're alone, you have to be more lonely? Or why did you choose to put this there? I was interested in that.
Okay, so one of the other parts of that study, we looked at transitions into and out of loneliness, and marital status was a really important characteristic of the ways that people transitioned and out of loneliness. So being divorced was almost, for some people, a really unexpected shock and a disruption to their life course that they weren't expecting, that sometimes moved them into a place of being lonely. And some people didn't have a very good idea or a coping strategy of how they would get out of it, and other people did. Widowhood, again, is a particular form of can precipitate loneliness in a way that you are not likely to solve, if you like. You know, it's not going to potentially get rid of loneliness just by having a befriending scheme, because it's a long-term relationship that is now lost, that may not be replaced. And never married, in the context of that study as well, is quite an interesting one, because the gender as well of people who were never married plays a part in how they develop their social circles and social networks and think about coping with loneliness. So never married. For older women, often in that study, had really wide social networks, were able to draw on loads of different friends and people to develop relationships or maintain relationships. In the context of Wales, and never married men tended to be lone farmers who were maybe living with their parents all their life on a farm, and if the parents died, they were alone and didn't necessarily draw on wider social networks to be able to counter loneliness. So yeah, it fits in with other elements of the study, and yes, it was important because that movement, well, not never married is not a movement or transitional state from one relationship type to another, but contrasting it to those who were divorced and widowed was an important element. Can I deal with that second one first, because it's easier? Yes, is the answer to that. So yeah, the signs around on rocks about Cofiach Gerelin and Cofiach Aberfan are symbols of a national identity, and the fact that things were taken away or destroyed that was seen as an infrastructure influence on the loss of lives and social relationships could strengthen a national sense of identity or a community sense of identity that they've got to fight against the powers that be, which were seen responsible for those particular elements. I do want to stress again, though, those were just two examples of spectral traces that are traumatic. There are other spectral traces that could be very positive. And also, being that it's phenomenological, those were collective, but we can also have individual experiences that are related to place, which may not then so much correspond to that sense of a community collective cohesion. Those were very particular examples which certainly did create, you know, community movements and what have you, and a stronger sense of a definite attachment to region and Wales as a national identity. The other question about social contact, and maybe it, I can only remember the first half of this, you might have to remind me. We actually did model in the same mediation models, isolation as an outcome, and phone contact and video contact both mediate isolation much more strongly than, well, they didn't mediate through the video calls. But you asked whether or not the telephone call, no, you asked about satisfaction with the media. Okay, so we actually set out about doing this piece of work because we wanted to provide a counterpoint to the technological representation of older people as a deficit model, and it's a reluctance to use all of the forms of technology because of this, that, and the other. And so we had a whole load of qualitative data as well, which talked about why people use things in a particular way, because they were useful tools to use in that way. People weren't using email because they found it intrusive and annoying. Some people weren't using computers at all because they had no connection. And why would they spend a fortune on a data package out in the middle of rural Wales when they're going to get no connection, and all of the associated hassle with that? So people were very clear about what they wanted to use things for and were using them for that purpose. The reluctance was on the whole due to connection problems, or cognitive impairment was one. People talked about that. So there was one woman who talked about now being unable to use her TV remote. I said, you know, I could use this perfectly well until a couple of years ago. How am I going to be expected to be able to do all these things with a smartphone when actually this piece of technology here is no longer fit for me to use it? So there were really good reasons, not just this general, you know, is a lack of knowledge. That wasn't really high on the agenda. So yeah, it did relate to their satisfaction and really their utility for that particular piece of digital tool. Yeah.
Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions online. If if that was okay.
Sorry, Christy.
Hi, Ness. Thank you
Christy.
thank you very much. Now, you may have answered these or touched on it already, but we can't hear the questions that are being asked in the room online. So Berku was wondering if the researcher or if you had checked how long each TMC lasted for each participant, whether there was any differences between the answers of participants who had longer talks on the phone, other technological tools or shorter ones, or the frequency of the talks, content of the talks or chats.
So frequency, yes. Content and duration, no. We didn't have data on that at all. But so we had a separate qualitative study with fewer participants where we got those qualitative elements from, and they were telling us about how they used the technology or what they used it for. There weren't really duration. I can't remember an instance where duration came up, but certainly the frequency of use and what things were used for were touched on. But someone else in the room talked about what would you do in different studies again. I think those would be really important elements to capture if that was a focus of a study in the future.
Thanks, Ness. And then finally, what do you think about the potential of AI applications in addressing loneliness among the elderly? Do you believe that AI-powered solutions like virtual companions, digital health assistants, or personalized interaction tools could play a meaningful role in reducing social isolation?
Social isolation or loneliness? Which was it, or both?
Addressing loneliness and social isolation, both.
Okay, so if social isolation is about the lack of meaningful contact, it would really depend on whether someone thought that contact was meaningful or not. I am very dubious about the influence of any AI or robotic contact being impacting on loneliness for our current cohorts of older people. Because if you define loneliness as that mismatch between what we expect to or desire to have in forms of relationships and what we achieve, it seems doubtful that most of our current older cohort of older people have expectations about that being a disembodied robotic presence meeting those needs. It might increase contact, but saying that, who's to say what our future cohorts will look like? Because that seems to be more of a maybe an expectation of cohorts of older people in the future, that those relationships are sustained and maintained through TMC. So it is perhaps specific again to time and place and cohort culture. Does that answer that question? So I'm not very hopeful at the moment would be the answer.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the start sign. Okay. So first of all, welcome Melanie to join us for the third HOMeAGE event. Somebody has their laptop sound on? The echo, it's gone? Okay. So Dr. Melanie Lovett is a senior researcher and a senior lecturer in sociology at the University of Stirling. Within her research, her focus lies on homemaking, temporalities, materiality. So it perfectly fits with the topic of today. She's a qualitative researcher who also often uses more creative research methods within her research. And so also today, the presentation will explore on how our understanding of home as a researcher or what it means to become at home or not to become at home can be enhanced by using these more creative research methods, such as creative mapping interviews. So I'm very much looking forward to your presentation. Also tackling, like explaining what are possible limitations of using these kinds of methods. So I think for many of the DR students, it will be very interesting because I think many of you are right in the middle of data collection or starting data collection. So what would it mean to use these more creative methods. So just like previous session, Melanie will give us a presentation of about 30 minutes, and then afterwards we have 15 minutes to have questions and I hope a nice discussion, and also with the people following from home. So thank you, Melanie.
Thanks very much, and thanks for inviting me to be here. So as well as home and belonging being central to my research, it also has very personal resonance for me at the moment. I'm in the middle of moving house. Yesterday, we put an offer in a new house. Today, my own house is going on the market. I've got my phone here to keep me on track time-wise, but I can see I've got missed calls, which is quite stressful. So this is very meaningful to me at the moment. I feel between two places. I'm going to be talking about two research projects that have both looked at the relationship between home, aging, belonging, and identity. The first one was researching everyday life in older people's homes, focusing on the material culture, the materiality of the homes, and how that can contribute to a sense of belonging in home or not, as the case may be. And then the second project has been about understanding older people's engagement with our home spaces and the barriers facilitators to aging, not just in place, but in the right place for what the residents considered to be the right place for them. And it's not moving on. I could call my solicitor back, or she might have some news for me. Okay, I'm just going to carry on talking because I think I can remember what the next slide is. So some of the theoretical underpinnings of the research, considering how we conceptualize home, aging, belonging, and identity. And I very much see these things as a process. So looking at aging as living in time, that the gerontologist Jan Baars has this lovely phrase of aging as living time or living in time. There we go, thank you. So a processual paradigm is underpinning these research projects. And as Catherine Degnan, the anthropologist, also says, a processual paradigm is concerned less with being and more with becoming. So this is this idea of movement, of process, of kind of deconstructing this fixedness associated with aged home and identity. And thinking about place and the relationship between people and place and how we conceptualize that, I'm thinking about that very much in terms of how Ryderson and Roll talk about it as being this co-constitutive transactional process evolving within a constantly changing situation. So moving away from this duality between a person and environment and one thing influencing the other. These things are constantly influencing each other. And it's this contingent process and changing situation that can impact how we feel about the places in which we live. And related to both of these understandings are a social practice approach, which conceptualizes ourselves and our ways of being and doing more as temporally and spatially dispersed nexuses of doings and sayings. So that's Shatsky, and as Elizabeth Shove says, practices exist as provisional but recognizable entities composed of conventions, images and meanings, materials and forms of competence. So again, it's more about flux and movement and how we are constantly creating and enacting and constructing and deconstructing our ways of being in the world. And that's my bold, that's a bold emphasis that I've added in Shove's quotation, because what was particularly important to me in these projects was a focus on how our material environment influences and is influenced by this constant interaction between people and things. And this is very different from early research that has been conducted on material culture. And by material culture, I mean stuff, I mean objects, I mean personal possessions, I mean buildings, and people in residential homes. So the earlier studies tended to focus on the cherished And these are words that the researchers used, kind of cherished or treasured items that people took in with them to the care home from their previous homes, and focused on the functional characteristics of the objects and also kind of what they symbolized. And these earlier projects tended to conceptualize these objects as repositories or carriers of identity from a past home, from a past life, as a way of maintaining a sense of identity in the care home that they had moved to. And what I'm arguing that are limitations of this earlier research is that, for a start, it overlooks the significance of more mundane objects. So earlier research tended to emphasize the cherished, the treasured, assuming that things can't be both, which I think they can. And Daniel Miller, the anthropologist, has this phrase, the humility of objects. And it was that kind of mundaneness and ordinariness that I also wanted to focus on, which is so important. They often take it for granted and overlooked, but really central significance to how we live our lives. Also, limitations of these earlier research tended to conceptualize home and identity as fixed phenomena that can be transferred in objects. So it had the idea that it was assuming that as we age and we move into a residential accommodation, into a new environment that we might not feel in control of, that we might not feel at home with, that by taking these objects from our previous homes and lives, we can then kind of recreate or maintain a sense of control and identity, which I think overlooks the extent to which our identities are constantly in flux, and our processes. And it's not that objects are just passive repositories of identity and lack agency. I'm conceptualizing objects as having an agency of their own. And they're not just symbols, that they are active ways in which we make sense about the world around us. So those are some of the fundamental theoretical underpinnings of the research. So in the first project I'm going to talk about, which I'm calling at the moment Becoming at Home or Not from a Material Culture Perspective, the first thing to say is that I went into 2 residential homes. That wasn't my original intention. Sometimes research doesn't go to plan. I went into 2. And the first one was a converted Victorian house. So it wasn't designed as a purpose-built care home for older people. It used to be a Victorian house. That's not a photograph of it. It's a photograph of the kind of place that it was. And the second home was a purpose-built residential home for older people. And one of the interesting things that I discovered in going into these 2 homes, and I didn't set it up as a comparative study, but it kind of became that by default, was how the built design of the home interacted with the staffing resources in the home, and how, where, and with whom, and when residents chose to spend their time. So research that has looked at material culture and aging in home has tended to either look at the built design of homes, residences, or the personal possessions and belongings that people have within those spaces. I think it's important to get a sense of the interactions between the 2, and looking at the affordances of the built environment and how that can shape people's interactions with other objects around them. So what I found in the first home I went into, which was the converted Victorian house, is that all the residence rooms were on the upper floors, and that their private bedrooms on the upper floors, and the communal rooms were on the ground floors. And as is quite common, unfortunately, in residential accommodation, staffing wasn't as well resourced as they would have liked it to be. So what you found was that in the morning, staff members would go upstairs to the residents' bedrooms, help them to get dressed, help them to get washed, and then bring them down to the ground floors for breakfast. And then they would, the residents would be helped into the communal living room. Because it was short-staffed and because there was only one lift, and it was quite difficult for residents to navigate between the communal areas and their own bedrooms, effectively, residents had the choice of either spending their entire time in their own private bedrooms without seeing anybody else apart from mealtimes, or spending their entire days in the communal areas with everybody else and very little time in their own room. And the staff simply didn't have the time and the resources to help people spend their time as they would have liked to have spent their time. So I'm going to spend a couple of slides talking about one of the residents in this home who I called Alice. And I spent some time with her in her own room, and it was apparent for reasons that I've just mentioned that she didn't spend a lot of time in her own room during the day, but we did a couple of interviews in that room. And the methods I used during the study, I took an ethnographic approach, I did observations, I conducted interviews, I took photographs, as you can see, and there was an emphasis on the materiality of the objects and the built environment. Alice's room looked really nice. It looked like an idea of home. It looked personalized, that the care manager had proudly shown me around the home when I'd initially negotiated access to the home. There were lots of personal belongings. It looked very pleasant. The first interview I conducted with Alice in her own room, I was pointing out things to her in her room and asking her about them. And there's a glass Viking that you can see on the windowsill there. It wasn't originally on the windowsill. It was on a small low table by the door. And I asked Alice, what can you tell me about this Viking? And her response was, oh, I didn't know that was there. She was able to tell me about it. Her grandson had brought it for her as a present, as a souvenir from a trip to Scandinavia some years before. But Alice walked with a walking frame. The Viking was on a table outside of her eyesight. She didn't spend much time in the room. And even though she knew what it was, she didn't know that it was there, and she'd been living in the home for 6 years. As is very often typical when people move into care homes, it's very often not the resident who goes through all their previous belongings and decides what to take in, what to leave behind. It's very often done by a family member. So even though she knew that it was there, she hadn't taken it in with her, and it just wasn't. She didn't spend enough time in her room for it to be a familiar object to her. So we rehoused it on the windowsill, and she liked it much better there. And similarly, this was a photograph of her wardrobe, and you can just about see a couple of photographs on top of the wardrobe. If you're a tall person like I'm not and like Alice wasn't, you can't really see the photographs. So I was asking Alice about the photographs in her room, and she just couldn't see them. So she was asking me, who's on the other ones, on the other side, on the wardrobe? And I said, well, so the middle one, that's your grandson, yeah. Then we've got this looks like, oh, was that your 90th birthday? There were 90 balloons. And then I take the photograph over to show Alice, and Alice says, oh yes, I didn't know that was here. I don't think I've seen that before. So I'm mentioning this because of the importance, I think, of taking into account how the built environment affects people's interactions with other materials in their own home spaces, and how it affects their day-to-day lives, about where, with whom they choose to spend their time, but also the brochures that the residential home and other residential homes show about residence rooms often look very pleasant and unlike an idea of home. But what was important to me was to ask, well, whose idea of home is this? And I think this is also a benefit of a mixed methods approach that I took in the ethnographic approach, combining the visual and material element with talking to the residents about their things to get an idea of their familiarity or lack of familiarity with their home spaces. By contrast, the second residential home I went into, which was purpose-built, it was arranged over 4 corridors over 2 floors, and each corridor had a mix of residents' private bedrooms and communal areas. So in each corridor, residents had their own rooms, and they also had a common dining room and a common living room. And because it was all on the same floor, they didn't have to navigate lifts or stairs. It was much easier for the residents to travel between their own private personal spaces and the communal areas. And it was markedly different to me how in the second purpose-built home, residents had much more of a sense of familiarity and a sense of being at home and becoming at home than residents in the converted Victorian build. They seemed much more in control of where they were and more familiar with their surroundings. And I want to talk now a bit about the temporalities and the materialities of this home space. So as we might expect, and in common with some of the earlier research that was conducted on personal possessions of residents when they move into care homes, unsurprisingly, some of the objects that residents had with them they had taken in with them from their previous homes. So Dorothy had these pipes that had belonged to her husband, and that helped her to remember him. But in contrast to Alice, she knew exactly where they were. She had put them there. She was very familiar with them being there. So I'm going to talk about different temporalities of home, and I'm talking more about the future. But in doing so, I don't want to kind of throw the baby out with the bathwater and imply that the past isn't meaningful. It is, but it's not the only temporality when we think about aging and care homes. What was also important and noticeable was the fact that residents carried on buying things. This wasn't really in the literature before I conducted this research. And again, I think it reflects this assumption that as we age, the past becomes more meaningful to us and we have less stake in the future. And I'm kind of critiquing that because I think it kind of forecloses a sense of identity, in a sense that we carry on living until we're not living anymore, which I think can underpin some quite explicit and implicit notions of ageism. So, and another important and useful thing about ethnographic research is the duration of it and the time it enables you to spend in the field and getting to know the research site. So the photograph in the bottom left, that was Susan's room when I first went into it. And as you can see, it looks pretty sparse. I might have assumed from that Susan had only recently moved in, or she wasn't really very much invested in her surroundings. But combining that observation, that visual observation about the materiality of the home, and interview and just chats over the course of a year of getting to know her, it became apparent that she had been there for a while, but she just didn't like the color scheme of the magnolia walls when she moved in, and she wanted a change. So the before photograph in the bottom left is before she had the room decorated, and the picture on the right is afterwards, when she'd gone to the pink color scheme that she preferred, and she'd put all of her fridge magnets back in place. And the top left photograph is from Dorothy's room again. And in this photograph, you can see framed photographs, ornaments that Dorothy took into the care home from her previous private home. But also there are photographs, or not photographs, sorry, but pictures that she had coloured in some of the activity sessions in the care home. So there's an owl, there's a tiger, and there was this juxtaposition of the old and the past and the new and the present, and this ongoing sense of things changing, which again is not really reflected in a lot of the earlier literature on this, which almost treats residents' rooms in care homes like sterile, static, passive museum pieces, solely comprised of items that people had brought in with them from their previous homes, and no sense of life going on. And that was something that was really apparent to me. Life was going on. People were combining things from their pasts and things from their futures and presents. Something else that residents in the second home were able to do in a way that residents in the first home weren't able to do was conduct some of these social practices that we do when we are doing home. So I've called this section practicing being at home because these relate to the social practices. Susan, she was the one who had the change of colour scheme, was incredibly tidy and clean. She said, I don't like untidiness and I don't like dirt. And that's the reason I like to be clean. And I think, well, anybody can come into my house and they'll find it clean and tidy. There was a gendered element to this. It was only the female residents who tended to clean their rooms. But there was a real pride in their rooms as being their homes. And you can see that in the terminology that Susan's using. Anybody can come into my house. This is not just a room to her. This is her domain. This is where she lives. So in the photograph, you can see a blue cloth drying on the radiator. That's the handle of a mop or kind of a carpet mate in the corner next to the curtain. You can also see her walking frame. Susan had Parkinson's disease. She walked with the assistance of a walking frame. So she would hold the frame with one hand and then the cloth with another. took her an awful long time to get around the house, but she was determined to do it. It was very important to her, and she was in control. And it was very clear to me that this was her home, and she was doing it in the process of cleaning it every day. Another practice done by the residents was hosting. So unlike the first home that I went into, where it was me saying to Alice when I met her in the communal room, would you mind if you showed me your bedroom? It'd be really nice to see it. Most of the residents were in their rooms when I went to visit them, and were very comfortable and familiar with hosting visitors. The arrangement of the furniture was set up to host visitors in a way that it wasn't in the first home, where it was clear that it was more just for one person. So in the second home, this is Frances's room, and she liked tigers, as you can see. She's got a sofa. It was important for her to have a sofa. She's got her own chair facing the window. This is the corner of the bed in the bottom left-hand corner. And it was one room. All of the residents' rooms were the same layout. There was the combined bedroom and living room, and then an ensuite bathroom. But some of them, like Frances, had designed them in quite clever ways to demarcate the private bed part of the room from the hosting social living part of the room. It was also common for residents in the second home to, when the care assistants would walk around between rooms with the trolley with tea, coffee, biscuits on, it would be the residents who would say to me, Melanie, would you like tea? Would you like coffee? Would you like biscuits? Demonstrating that they were hosting me, and they were. Polly, another resident, would always walk me to the door after I'd spent a day in the home, just in case I didn't know where I was going, because I was in their home, and that's how I was made to feel welcome, but also I was a visitor. So the key messages that I took from this piece of research were that home and identity aren't things that are transferred within objects. They're not just stored in there to be reanimated at a future time, but they're done. They're constantly done through everyday social interactions between people and things. And yes, the past is important, but so also our imagination and having a meaningful sense of the future. And I don't think this should be a surprise to us, because if we think about when any of us move home at any stage of our lives, we're probably having this combination of thinking about what will I take with me from my previous home. I'm going through this kind of right now at the moment in my own mind, but what also will I need to buy in the home that I'm going to, because it's a different layout, it's a different size. I was asking one resident about Mary, I called her, and she lived in quite a wealthy area of London before moving up to where this care home was in the north of England. And it's clear that she'd had this quite rich, opulent flat that she lived in London, and talked about the Queen Anne furniture and the gold leaf decorations that she'd had in her previous apartment. And I said, was it not really difficult for you on moving to this single room about what to take with you and what to, things that you had to leave behind? And she said, well, no, because it just wouldn't have gone here. Like it's a different aesthetic. And it was an opportunity for her to buy new things and have to match her aesthetics, and being excited about what new things she could buy in the place that she was moving to. And as Kitchen says, while much scholarly attention has been focused on the role of memories of older people in establishing a relationship with a new place, it's important to realize that the ability to see possible futures is equally, if not more important. And futures is a fundamental part of who we are, and having a sense of the imagination and having a sense of the future is something that I think it's important to keep hold of, whatever age that we are. Just talking a bit now about the second project, which was designing homes for healthy cognitive aging. And thank you to my colleague, Mary Jockey, for having put these slides together for a previous presentation. We were in this strand of the research, and as part of a bigger project, we were interested in older people's perspectives on what is important to them about their own homes. And the methodology we chose for this strand of the research was creative home mapping. So we conducted interviews with people in their own homes, and these are people living in the community rather than in residential care homes. And during the process of interviewing, either before, after, or during, we also asked residents to create a map of their home. And we gave them a choice about how they wanted to do that. They could draw it, they could take photographs, they could use collage materials. And during that exercise, we asked older adults kind of what they liked about their home, how they used it, if they could wave a magic wand, what would they like to change about it. And then we did follow-up interviews 6 months later to ask if anything had changed either in their home or with their health that had made them think differently about about where they were. And there was something in the creativity of this home mapping exercise that I think generated different data than what we would have got through an interview by itself. What was striking was the sensory element of things like the sun and the heat and the embodied sensation of the heat and light of the sun throughout different times of the day. And this came through in one of the interviews where the residents were talking about the sunlight in the mornings, sitting down to your breakfast in the sun, the warmth in that room makes you feel nice and bright and cheerful. It's a light, bright house. It gets the afternoon sun, another resident was saying, and the bedroom is being bright because it gets the morning sun. And there's something, and I did this process myself with some students before seeing this interview, and I mapped out, I created a map of my own home and found myself talking about the sun and also the sounds of the birds who nest in the chimneys, the way my cat kind of follows the sun throughout the day. And I don't think if I was sitting down with somebody in an interview, I would have necessarily thought about those things. There was something about the creative method that that made me think about the home in a different way. And I think that comes through in these interviews. So some of the themes and the findings through this research project were an attachment and enjoyment of the garden as well. So people spoke about the gardens a lot. Again, the social practice element came in through the emphasis on the doing. What is done? What did people do in those places? It wasn't just a place where they sat and reflected. They were actively constructing and reconstructing a sense of what home meant to them. Yes, there was memory and memorabilia. There was also imagination, future planning. There were social places, so visitors and hosting. Storage was very important to them. The view. So this was something else that came up with. It's interesting what Ness was talking about with the transnational relationships. So some of the participants we spoke to hadn't been born in the UK, and there was this back and forth complexity of what home meant to them and where home was. And some of the residents in talking about the views from their current location would talk about the views that they had growing up, and that still meant home to them, but it wasn't this one singular sense of home. Home could be more than one place, and it could change over time. And I've mentioned the importance of sun and lighting. I think it's important to think about creativity because from an ontological perspective, of what the world is. So Jennifer Mason has this quotation: the world meaningfully involves ontological properties or dimensions that we might think of as aesthetic or cultural or conceptual or expressive or lyrical or emotional or sensory sensate or embodied or physical or material or textural or colourful or elemental or ecological or atmospheric. And I've illustrated this with two photographs I took of Shibuya Crossing in Tokyo, which I went to a few years ago, where there's a lot going on, as there is in the world in whichever setting that we're in. So that the world itself, it has creative elements to it, which is why I think it's important to think about creativity as a research method, to know things about the world as well. So as well as there being an ontological imperative to the world, there's also an epistemological imperative for using creative methods, because they can help us to get knowledge about the social world we live in. So we create things in order to tell people about things, about what's important. Some people, including research participants, but not necessarily, prefer to communicate meaning using a range of different tools, including using creative methods. My colleague Sarah Wilson at Stirling has written about the limitations of language in knowing the social world. So sometimes we can know more as researchers and as anybody through showing, doing, creating, seeing, listening, smelling, rather than words. So there is the academic world in which we're in still prioritizes words. You know, we are encouraged to publish in academic journals using words, but we miss something by that. And in this, the research article that I flagged it by Sarah, she actually has a link to a Vimeo video recording as part of a research project that she did. So it's acknowledging the limitations of the kind of perhaps more traditional methods that we use and how we, and the knowledge that we generate through them. So I think that we need alternative methods to access the richness, the multisensory nature of the world that we inhabit, and also prompts us to think about the nature of knowledge and data in our research. Should we be thinking about them more as being created rather than collected? I'm going to skip this one for reasons of time, but there are some examples of many types of sensory and creative methods that people used. I think it's important to acknowledge that while creative methods can help to redress power imbalances between researchers and participants by giving participants more of a choice and agency in how they choose to communicate, they're not necessarily a way of democratizing the research process. Using creative methods might put some people off because they don't feel like they're a creative person. And that you can't just necessarily eradicate existing power relations in the field, as Manet says, and they're not always appropriate. So I know that Petra had asked me this question before in relation to her own research. I think it's important to give people choice and also give people a range of options, which is why we had you can draw your own house, you can use photographs, we can take photographs for you. Would you like me to video it for you? And then you can tell me about it. And then sometimes if you have the resources, sometimes it's useful to bring in experts in these kind of creative methods. So on a more recent research project, one of the methods that we used was theatre and how theatre can be used as a method to create knowledge about older people's futures or our futures in later life. I am not a theatre practitioner, but I did have the resources to hire somebody who was, and having that trusting relationship with external partners in the arts or whichever field it might be can be really helpful in research, because we can't do everything ourselves, and nor should we, because we're not experts in everything. Okay, so there's a few minutes for questions. Thank you for listening. Oh, did you want to? I think we were going to do it the other way around. No.
Ah,
okay. Yeah.
Do it like this. Okay, so.
Thank you very much, Melanie, for this really interesting talk about really creative methods. I have a question, or maybe you have some advice from concerning methods. As a psychologist, I come from a really quantitative background, and I've learned a lot of quantitative research methods, but now I'm doing walking interview patients, so qualitative methods. And I'm still sometimes struggling with analyzing them, because you said that sometimes language has a barrier, and you can rather like see or feel or experience things. But how can I be like, how do I get certainty for myself to write down that like what I see or experience is this and this, this. So like belonging. You see that, you know, people are doing certain things at home, and then, I don't know, you think that this is part of belonging, but like in my quantitatively trained brain, I'm like, well, that's not enough. It's not like a fact. I cannot say I think it is belonging if I'm, you know, if I'm not certain. But how do you do that in qualitative analysis how can I be certain that this is like this thing, or how can I write about it with confidence?
Yeah, that's a good and perennial question. And as somebody who has always done qualitative research, I think, well, how can belonging be a 5. Like, how can you attribute a number to that? So, so yeah, interpretation is, you know, something that we're constantly should be mindful of, and it's, you know, a back and forth and iterative process between the data that we're working with, our conceptual understanding of what is behind or conceptually underpinning the raw data that we're working with, and going back and forth between the two to make sure that you're not going down some flight of fancy, that you're reading belonging into something where belonging isn't. So it's really hard to answer your question straightforwardly. I mean, it's talking to peers, having people around you, whether part of a formal research group, whether it's a trusted group of academics, critical friends who you can, you know, check these things out with. It's also part of, I guess, the checks and balances of the review process in publishing. You know, you might get comments saying you claimed this to be the case, but actually your claim to knowledge can't be supported by the data that you're presenting. So interpretation is such a tricky thing to, I guess, to pin down, and it's not meant to be pinned down. But there are ways of becoming confident and having a sense of that claims to knowledge you're making can be justified by the data that you're presenting. But it's, as an individual process, it can sometimes be quite generate a lack of confidence, I guess, and doubt. So that's where I would say, kind of, talk to trusted colleagues around you just to get that sense of, you know, can what I'm saying really be justified? And I think as well, I thought your question was going to go down a different route, which is something that I'm still grappling with, which is, if the data we have are visual and are sensory and are not reduced to words and numbers, that also comes with a challenge of analysis. You know, how do we keep the vibrancy and the more than language element of that? And again, that's tricky because of the conventions of the academic world in which we live, in which it's still more valued to write up in peer-reviewed journals than show a video. And I think there's something there about the importance of using video, film, photographs, not just as tools of disseminating our research, but in analyzing them.
Maybe I just want to add that Helen Kara, who wrote the books on creative data collection, creative methods, she also has a new book now focusing more on creative analysis, because we often use creative methods, but we use traditional methods for analyzing our data. I haven't read it, but maybe it's interesting.
Yeah.
You did well to have a look at as well. Helen Kara? Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Helen Kara. Okay, another question, yes.
Hi, thanks a lot. It's actually not a question, but rather following up on this discussion. I'm Susanne Iverson from Lund University, by the way. I haven't met more than a few of you. My experience is that it's also very important to really plan your analysis process. And if you are people from different disciplines working in an interdisciplinary context, to already from the start set out who will do the, let's say, main analysis first, and who will come in and have more like a validating role, maybe go back to certain a subset of the raw data, and have that kind of continuous discussion and see, is this really belonging? Well, let's discuss it. Let's go back to data, see what we think, and interpret together, because that increases the validity. And we also increasingly use seminars as part of that process, because if we present more like ongoing analysis rather than only presenting manuscripts that are close to submission and have discussion on that, we can also have input from more, and even more so if we also invite non-academic partner representatives in that process. It takes more time, but I think it's very important to decide from the start. So that's just my experience and advice.
Yeah, and it's good advice. I'd agree with that.
Maybe one last question. I saw Pam first. All right, is it okay?
Okay, well, maybe I'll do the more complicated question now. Okay, so my research is on human rights of older persons and aging in place. And within the human rights discourse, there's a perspective on the institutionalization. Like they shouldn't be, these type of places shouldn't be part of the options, even for older persons. We need to allow them to be able to stay at home. And you mentioned a number of human rights principles like self-determination, choice, and control over how you live and where in your space. How do you think then these material aspects help make these places more of a right space for older persons? And what was your interaction with these spaces? Did you feel that this was a place where they could eventually, with different measures of to have choice and control over their lives and their spaces?
Yes, I think it is. And one of the residents in the second home talked about how, and this is why I think it's important to talk about aging in the right place. When she was living in her previous private home, she was lonely. She didn't see anybody from day to day. In the care home, in the residential home, she was much happier because of social contact. But that won't be the same for everybody. There's a paper that was published last year by Kellen, I need to think about her name, but it was about material citizenship. And it was exactly looking at this and how we can facilitate and design home spaces to allow people to have that familiarity and control of their material stuff, so that the design of the place doesn't hinder us from becoming or feeling at home. I'll get back to you later because I can send you the direct link to that. But yeah, it was called Material. Thank you.
And so now I'm talking to Christine above. Christine, are there any questions? Because I can't see the online screen, but are there any questions from the people following online?
Yes, thanks, Anne-Sophie, and thanks, Melanie. One question is, are there specific home design guidelines for elderly residences, particularly concerning aspects like colour schemes and the definition or specifications for furniture such as chairs, and how do these design elements enhance the living experience of older adults?
Yes, and I would direct you to my colleagues at the Dementia Studies Development Centre, if I got that right, at the University of Stirling, for whom this is their bread and butter, that they are specialists in designing homes for people living with dementia and other experiencing other kinds of cognitive change. And it's all about the contrast. They have guides, which I think you can download from their website. But they are, there's trained architects who specialize in this, and there are, there's lots of useful guidance out there.
Okay, thank you again, Melanie.
Okay, so we're just going to load up the presentation and then we're going to start.
Okay, everybody, so we're on to our next session. And in Melanie's session, Melanie really emphasized the importance of trying to understand how we remake and make place and make a sense of belonging in home across the life course and critical points of the life course as well. And also talked about that idea of how you try and capture that. I suppose those questions become a little bit more complicated, or at least pronounced in a particular way with respect to migration. And that's why it's a pleasure for us to have Sandra Torres here with us. So Sandra is a professor in sociology in Uppsala and also the chair in gerontology, and has really led the way in these conversations around the intersection of age and migration, and indeed how this intersects within the context of belonging. So Sandra, if you wouldn't mind, I'll ask you to begin, and you have 30 minutes and we have some time for questions again afterwards. So thanks very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to Christine, who's apparently above and who's probably doing like this to her head that I didn't see in my presentation in time. Sorry, Christine. So I will be addressing you today about belonging, migration, and as you can see here, and I would like to thank everyone for extending the invitation. I do not work on place necessarily, but the experts that work on place are here. So I'm pointing to some of them. What I will be talking about is how do we make sense of belonging first? And then what does migration tends to mean to that sense of belonging? There is very little research done on this. And I will therefore try to walk you through some of the mistaken assumptions that we tend to make about this intersection of belonging, migration, and aging, but also belonging, migration, and place. So with that said, let's see if this actually works. Yeah, I'll start with the dictionary, the Oxford Dictionary. What does it say about belonging? There is an array of actual definitions for it. The ones in gray right now, I don't necessarily want you to pay attention to, but I would like you to pay attention to the ones that are bolded. To be a member of a particular group or organization. You can move the cricket club for the Bosnian club or the German club or whatever else. To have an affinity for a specified place or situation. That's in regards to a person. So not a group, not organization, but a person. She is a stranger and doesn't belong here, or you and me, we belong together, are two of the examples that the Oxford Dictionary gives you. Have the right personal and social qualities to be a member of a particular group. Who decides that? And the last one that I bolded is this one. Be rightly assigned to a specified category. Okay? All of this gives you a little bit of an idea of why belonging, dealing with migration, becomes a little fussy. Who's doing the assignment? Does a person who's being assigned to a particular group agrees with the assignment? For what reason does the assignment make sense? And which other reasons does the assignment does not make sense? From that definition I just showed you, it probably gives you an idea why HOMeAGE wanted a lecture on belonging, migration, and aging, because it does get complicated, Kieran was saying. And it gets particularly complicated because one of the challenges that those of you who are here belong to the new generation of leaders in excellence for the advancement of evidence-based innovation in aging in place, which is actually what it says on the first page of the program. One of the challenges you're meant to actually face is home and belonging. But what does that mean? Now, the question I would ask if we start to put our thinking cap conceptually in relation to the previous slide, it's which type of belonging does HOMeAGE mean? And which type of belonging do the organizers thought when they asked me to give a lecture on this? Were you thinking of who belongs to specific groups and how do we determine belonging and or who determines it? The lecture was said about belonging, migration, and aging. So what characterizes migrants' sense of affinity with place, which was one of the definitions I offer for belonging? Do we actually know that? And who do we mean by migrants? And or thinking about the premises we rely on to assign people to specific categories, how do we get there? And who decides? I will touch upon that as the lecture progresses. And as you have already figured out, I tend for granted that I will never be more interested in your own thoughts, which is the reason why I'm using animations. And you can wander off when you're thinking about different things and come back and you will catch up as need be. I am competing with bellies that need to be fed pretty soon. So what about migration? Why do we need a lecture on migration? Well, the first reason is that we're seeing an increase in what is often referred to as the globalization of international migration and what migration scholars tend to refer as the era of migration. And if you look at the 65 plus category, you will know based on Migration Data Portal, if you're working on migration, this is a place to go to get all the stats. About 12.3% of the world's international migration stock, interesting word of, I love words, or the equivalent to 34 million people, belong to the 65 category, okay? Of that group, 19% live in Oceania region, 16% in North America, and 14% in Europe. But if you're listening to the presidential election and all the debates, you would think that because they eat cats and dogs in Springfield, Ohio, there's far a greater increase in migrants in that part of the world. Now, between 1990 and 2020, the Oceania region witnessed an increase of 3.7% points in the category. Most of our research on belonging or migrants or whatever you want to think about it, it's not about those regions, okay? So that also creates a problem with what kind of lens are we thinking about when we're thinking of migration and migrant in relation to aging and old age. In the same period, Europe experienced an increase of 3.4 percentage points and North America an increase of 2.1 percentage points. In 2020, more than 1 in 10 people aged 65 and above in high-income countries was a so-called international migrant. Somebody had what I prefer to refer to as a migratory life course, because the term migrant is a tricky term. Who do we mean when we say migrant? Do we mean somebody whose life has been characterized by mobility at one point in the life course? Or do we mean second and third and fourth generation, which a lot of researchers tend to use as well when they think of migrants? So the Oceania region was the region with the highest share. 1/3 of the population aged 65 and plus in that region is comprised of so-called international migrants. And migrants aged 65, I've already mentioned at the beginning, are around 12.3%, but we expect that to go up according to our prognoses. And I will be also referring to that as well. So what else about migration deserves the attention of a team working as HOMeAGE is on these topics? Well, the demographic projections for certain high-income countries show overall increases in the proportion of migrants vis-a-vis non-migrants within the older population of those places, which is the reason why we have a lot of social gerontologists, a little bit of panic now, trying to think of how to design projects touching upon these groups. Sometimes quite clueless about who exactly the groups are, but that's a different story. In the country where I'm based, since 30 plus years, which is Sweden, the foreign-born population represent about 50% of the total Swedish population, over 65 at the moment. They're expected to be around 26% in 2050. So that gives you an idea of why the interest in migrant has risen over the past 20 or 30 years in different parts of the world as a source of information about the taking for granted assumptions that we make in an array of different fields in the social sciences, which is colonized by certain parts of the world leading the debate and other parts of the world, assuming that those leaders have the right evidence for all sorts of contexts, which they may not. Now, if you look just at Sweden as an example, you'll know that the foreign-born population comes from 204 countries. So what do we mean when we say migrants? Who do we mean? I know that most of the time in social gerontology, we think of migrants and think as non-natives. And migrancy becomes the category you use to differentiate the other within the older segment of the population. And the question is, does that make sense? I think, for the tone of my voice, that it does not. Now, the third reason why I think the migration deserves attention, or presume that it deserves attention, is that there have been significant shifts in the older migrant population specifically, not just migrants. Migration studies, if you think of 30, 40 years ago, used to think migrants, male, not old. What has happened through the globalization of international migration, or the era of migration, is that you've seen an increase of not only women migrating, but you also see an increase of people migrating late in life. When I first started in gerontology back in the mid-90s, I would go to migration research conferences. Nobody was doing aging and old age research, and they thought that their migrants are not old. What do you mean? Because they were thinking of the people that were driving the migrant stock and the migrant flows, and those were usually younger. We didn't have as much late in life migration as we're having these days. So when we talk about the globalization of international migration, in migration scholarship terms, we're talking about the fact that international migration through the era of migration has changed the face of who migrants are. and what we took for granted in migration scholarship no longer applies. Now, the share of the Southern European origin migrants will decrease, while that of the Asian African origin will increase in the parts of the world that we were talking about, the high income groups that we were talking about prior. Another projected growth and another reason for the diversity that we're seeing in the older migrant population has to do with the fact that policymakers are also concerned, not just scholars, about how do we plan, fund, and deliver services that are appropriate, whatever that might be, including healthcare, social care, interpretation services, and so on and so forth. So you have not only a scholarly community concerned about who migrants are and what they need and how we best provide for them, and whether or not their migratory life force actually put in parentheses some of the taken for granted assumptions that we make in scholarships that we are discipline based. But you also have practitioners and policymakers concerned about the same thing. Now, the fifth reason why migration also deserves our attention, it's not only that the number of older people with a migratory background has increased, it's also that there's increased diversity in the care workforce. The feminization of migration that has taken place has, among other things, been driven by the fact that certain high-income sectors in the welfare have imported women for health and social care jobs. So it is either because migrants are important to work in the care sector, or because they end up in the care sector because other labor market places were not available to them for various reasons, that we also end with an increased diversity, not only in the recipiency end of services, but also in the provision end of services. So all of this makes migration and belonging become an acute question mark for those of you who are dealing with place as you are in the network. So why do you think this is happening? Could be one of the questions. Well, a lot of people seem to think that it's only a question of the unstable world in which we live. Wars and all of this is driving this forward. That is partly true, but something else that we tend not to think about is that global institutions such as UN and WHO have been constantly addressing the linkages population aging and what population aging will mean to pension systems and so on and so forth by thinking of migration as one of the solutions. Okay, so just to give you an example, it is often regarded that international migration could be one of the tools deployed by governments around the world to manage population. And then you realize why these two phenomena, which demographers and social sciences have been saying for plus years, will be the major trends here in the social sciences and will change our imagination about a lot of taking for granted assumptions. You start to realize why these things become crucial. So it's not unusual for global institutions, UN, and I'm just going to give you some quotes from some of the latest reports, to argue things such as the following. International migrants of working age contribute to easing some of the pressure of public pension systems in countries experiencing population aging. Migration can contribute to temporarily slowing the long-term trend toward population aging in countries of destination. Or data from a recent United Nations survey showed that around 1/3 of responding governments were pursuing immigration policies to address population aging or to counter long-term population decline. So it's not just that the world is unstable and people are thinking of mobility, international mobility specifically, as a way of managing their everyday life. It's also that you have governments encouraging and putting in place policies to make that possible. The people in Springfield from Asian background who are claimed to eat cats and dogs by Donald Trump and J.D. Vance at the moment are people that came to Springfield because the government lured them in and say, we need you, your workforce, we need you. So when they arrived, the landscape of migration policy in that specific place looked very different to how that landscape is looking at the moment, okay? Due to a discourse at the national level that destabilized the discursive forces working at that place in Springfield, Ohio. So place, belonging, migration, all of these things become far more complicated than we've assumed them. Now, why a lecture in migration and belonging, if I have not convinced you yet, there's a position for that, and why an interdisciplinary place. Well, I think it is because I would dare to say we are dealing with an interdisciplinary field. Social gerontology is an interdisciplinary field. In some parts of the world, it is a field where you don't actually get a PhD in a discipline. You get a PhD in social gerontology, and that has humongous consequences for the body of work we produce, because it means becomes experts in aging and old age, and they dabble in other kinds of conceptual frameworks without actually grasping them to the totality needed. So these poses questions about belonging and home, and who's asking those questions with what kind of expertise, which is the reason I presume why HOMeAGE is trying to create a new generation of leaders who could not only put forth excellent research, but also drive forward evidence-based innovation. Evidence-based, not misinformation. Now, we actually in gerontology seldom deconstruct the concepts that we use. Some of us do, and most of us in this room, I recognize faces, have been doing this for ages, but if you look at the bulk of what social gerontological research is and actually do analysis on it, as I have, you will realize that conceptual and theoretical material is not always there. Concepts are thrown in, as the previous researcher was making an allusion to, and we don't deconstruct it, we don't unpack them, we don't actually operationalize them, which is what's the question of how do you actually determine what's belonging. Now, the lecture will hopefully lead you to think that some of the tools necessary to suspend your ideas, at least for the duration of lecture so far, would need to happen for you to actually produce not only evidence-based scholarship that can drive innovation related to place, belonging, migration, and aging, but also that you yourself are the tool through which that innovation happens. So if you don't know self, suspend some of your taking for granted assumptions, we have a problem. So I would assume that it is because the expectations of the network that I've been asked to give this presentation. And my hope today is that I will get you to think a little bit more sophisticated about who migrants are. So now I will move on to what do we know about migration and migrants. My first take-home message, because all of this was backdrop that I've said so far, my first home take message today, so our hope, is actually pretty simple. I've been at it since the mid-90s, and it seems very, very difficult, but it's actually very simple. And that is that migrants come in all shapes and form, people. And the reason why there's diversity when it comes to the migrant population, it's not just the social locations they have, which we social scientists know about, age, class, gender, and so on. It's also that with migrancy comes an array of characteristics or situations who may not always pin down in a very logical or coherent way, which are also sources of diversity within migrant populations, and that we, at least in social gerontology, tend to disregard most of the time. Migration motives, it's one of the reasons. If you want to know about place and sense of belonging, you need to know about migration motives, because we tend to experience the world as we expected that world to pin down. If you define something as real, it becomes real in its consequences. So the reasons why you chose to engage in international migration may have something to do with how you adapt later on to that place you then hopefully will end up calling home at some point or another. Migration statuses also vary, not only because different migrants have different migration status, but because different countries have different migration status. And this fluctuates. My department accepts a large proportion of people with a migrant background into our PhD program. The situation we're having in Sweden right now is migration policies are changing, and all of a sudden those migration statuses are put in parentheses. So all of the money that the Swedish taxpayers have paid in giving an education to PhD students from all over the world, in Sweden, it's now put in parentheses because the migration statuses are now being questioned. And making the transition from a student visa to a permanent resident has changed. So migration statuses change not only across the life course, but also different times of when people arrive. People come from different countries, and that has all kinds of implications. Some countries are very large, and they don't necessarily have coherence in terms of languages or ethnicity or religious backgrounds for that matter. But we tend in the West to think geographical place, country, language, culture, the same. And that doesn't quite make sense in some parts of the world. Whether we are willing to accept that, that's a different story, but it really doesn't pin down in some parts of the world. Citizenship status and residency permits is yet another reason why you have diversity within migrants' population that could have implications to sense of belonging and how do you make sense of place and its role in your feeling of belonging, whatever that might be. Language proficiencies is yet another. Sociocultural socialization grounds, it's yet another. You also have ethnoculture specific knowledge, which may or may not have some kind of religious cultural socialization ground as well. You have age upon migration, and last but not least, you also have the migration policies or migration regimes of the countries that welcome these so-called migrants. Because, as I mentioned with Springfield, you may arrive at a time where you as a migrant are welcome. But that society might move in a slightly different direction in a couple of years, and all of a sudden, that's no longer the case. What does that mean to sense of belonging, to sense of affinity with place, and to sense of home, whatever that might be? So migrants come at different times of their life course. Older migrants, and the most basic things when dealing with older migrants, one differentiation hopefully, is that there's a difference with the people that have aged because as migrants or people that have migrated in old age. Those are two separate groups. And that would also have implications to belonging and sense of home and also place. If you add to that all the usual suspects as far as social locations are concerned, then you have yet another source of diversity within the migrant populations that we tend quite often to only think in terms of migrants, opposite of non-migrants. And that's enough. It's not. So with that said, let me then say that migrants, there's more to it than being, whatever that might be, belonging to an ethnocultural, ethno-racialized minority group, which is what we tend to collapse migrancy to mean in a lot of social gerontological scholarship thus far. Now, decades ago, the European Science Foundation put together a series of experts trying to do an inventory of knowledge of what was available back then. This is 2004. And already then, we could see very clearly that older migrants came in all shapes and forms. Some were extremely affluent, and some were not. However, the socio-gerontological imagination when it comes to migrants tends to get stuck in vulnerability and what migration scholars call the vulnerability trope. So already there, you saw different categories of migrants based on what the evidence we had back then, and you saw differences between European migrants who have come from labor migration. That's what the bottom says, international labor migration. People that came from family reunification purposes, and people that came for amenity-seeking purposes. People that have, for example, moved somewhere else for retirement purposes, get the best out of different worlds. So what the previous typology, why it is irrelevant, has to do because already 20 years ago, we had evidence to support the claim that older migrants were an incredibly diverse group. And that amongst them, you not only have the wealthiest, but also the most marginalized. And that this was a complicated category to. We should have learned to also that who do we claim migrants to be has implications for the research we conduct, but also for the findings we end up with. I was just an examiner at a public dissertation in another Nordic countries, and the persons did what is often done in this research, which is be very careful about your sampling, beautifully described in your method, have a very tiny sample most of the time, and then you move on to make generalizations. The entire dissertation is about non-European racialized women. And I said, I'm a non-European woman. I don't think I'm being racialized as a North American. So they actually meant people from Southeast Asia. That's a sample, but then they collapse it to non-European. So when we do this step by step of generalization from the particular, we in fact engage in misinformation as scholars. And I hate to break it to you because we think misinformation is something happening out in the web. But we ourselves, through our lack of stringency in writing, end up moving from the particular to the general and doing a lot of disservice to these populations because in fact, we have far less evidence than what we have. And the evidence that we have may only apply to very specific groups because we're dealing with a very diverse group. This happens all the time because the driving force for social gerontologists tend to be, I want to know about migrants because I want to know how they differ from non-migrants. So it's against the template of natives that we tend to compare them. And that becomes the only reason why we're interested in, rather than figure it out, what is it about migrancy that I actually deem to be interesting to study? The question very seldom is, what is it about migrancy? The question becomes, what is it about migrants? And migrancy is a social location, an identification ground that has all kinds of diversity sources within it. But if you collapse it to just those are different from non-migrants, then you end up once, little by little, with moving from the particular to the general, not only in erroneous, but also potentially dangerous ways. So making claims about older migrants beyond the group that we have data for, it's one of the ways through which we contribute a scholarship that singles out the group of older people and does so in generalizing terms. That's not evidence-based, my friends, even though you're doing research. So if you're going to be a leader in excellent research and innovation when it comes to place, make sure that you remain precise in who exactly you're dealing with so that you don't move from the particular to the general, and in doing so, augment the number of misinformation there is already there in the social gerontological spheres about who migrants are, what they need, where they come from, and so on and so forth. So when we inadvertently contribute to this kind of erroneous, sloppy, or whatever you want to call it, way of moving from the particular to the general, what we are in fact doing is that we are othering this population ourselves through our own scholarship. But we seldom think of it that way because we're thinking, well, I'm giving them a voice. I'm giving them a voice. I'm engaged in social justice because I'm giving them a voice. But you're taking that agency away by then making generalizing claims about them. That's another question to ask of the scholarship we produce. So a couple of years ago, I tried to make palatable what migration scholars working on ethnicity, race, and migrancy have been working on for many years. This comes from Cornelia Hartman's book, which in 1998 proposed that if we think of ethnicity, race, and migrancy, and what scholarship in those topics have moved forward, then you'll see very clear a shift in perspective on these identification grounds. We started with primordialist understandings. We moved to circumstantialist understandings, and we're nowadays, since at least 20 or 30 years, at least in migration cycles, thinking of constructionist understandings. So this kind of understanding is what we most often see in gerontology. Some of it you see it here. But we seldom see the actual operationalization of the doing perspective of ethnicity, race, and migrancy. And you could potentially think that you can think of belonging and home in three different ways. When you think of ethnicity, migrancy, and race, are you thinking of who people are? Or are you thinking of what they have? Or are you thinking of what they do? Because we do ethnicity, migrancy, and race constantly. Just yesterday, we were having a welcome reception, and one of the doctoral students was making a claim about where she comes from and how close she was to New York. That's an identity claim of negotiation based on ideas and presumptions of what people would presume that country is characterized by. So we do identity constantly. We're constantly trying to negotiate. The question is, does assignment by the powerful few pings down with appropriation by those who are dealing with the management of their identity, since they are at the mercy of whatever it is decides you are X, Y, and Z, you have X, Y, and Z, and you're not therefore X, Y, and Z. So when you think of the social constructionist way, you're thinking of what people do. You're thinking of it as an identification ground that is a negotiation between assigned and ascribed, or assigned and appropriate. And you're thinking of how. You're not saying, does belonging and home matter? You're asking, when does it matter? And for what purpose it doesn't matter? And who does it matter to? That's a slightly different way of just asking a question about, does it matter? A lot of the time we do have answers to those questions already in gerontology. But the question is, can we move away from what does it mean to be a migrant, just to give you an example, to how is migrancy actually done and accomplished in everyday life and for what purposes? When does it play out to be a migrant? There's perks to it. If I go to a neighborhood in Sweden with a lot of migrant dense population, I'm appropriating my migrancy to get better deals when I'm buying my vegetables. But I'm in the corner of the university, I am thinking of a slightly different thing. So we're doing identity claims constantly. And the question is, are we in social gerontology designing projects that allow us to actually operationalize that doing, and that therefore allow us to give a much more sophisticated way about how do we think about ethnicity, race, and migrancy, or belonging and home for that matter. So why should we care? Because we're dealing with negotiation, and there is in the end that you're at as part of the powerful, although you may not think of yourself yet in that position, as part of the powerful, you are engaged through your research in assignment of category. And that assignment might not always play out with what people themselves regard as important categories with which they identify. Migrancy may or may not entail belonging to an ethnocultural minority and or identifying as such. Migrancy may or may not entail ethno-racialized identity and or identifying with it. Migrancy not necessarily mean one is minoritized and or identifying in that way. Migrancy may or may not entail an identification ground that predisposes people to specific social locations, positions within the society in which reside, and locations are fluid. They change from year to year sometimes. Migrancy may or may not entail marginalization, vulnerability, and precarity, although we tend to think of it when we think about these groups. And migrants are interesting, as Chris Phillipson said years and years ago, because their life course is characterized by discontinuity rather than continuity. And social gerontology is obsessed with continuity. The very basis of how we think about certain things, it's about continuity. And migration disrupts that continuity in the life course. So the question is, how do you reach active aging, healthy aging, successful aging when your migratory life course predisposes you to discontinuity? How do you create agency to create those results that some of the scientific community is not expecting to come naturally to you because assumptions of who migrants are? The type of discontinuity that we're dealing with may or may not entail sociocultural discontinuity itself. Most migration, my friends, happens to countries very close to the country one is coming from. If you just look at migration stock, it doesn't mean huge changes. So it may not necessarily mean a sociocultural discontinuity just because mobility has taken place. There are some other reasons why the evidence base we have accumulated for decades for older ethno-racialized minorities may not be applicable to older migrants. But in gerontology, sometimes we tend to use those terms interchangeably. You know the number of articles I've quoted through the years where you start with migrant and then you go to ethnic minority and then you go, and at the end you have no idea who are we talking about. Okay? So today what I'm arguing is basically that if you're going to think of belonging, migration, and aging, then you need to think very carefully about whether or not you need to reevaluate how you conceive belonging and home, and what migration may mean to the equation that belonging and home is. You need to also start thinking on what kind of belonging are you actually thinking of? Is the belonging you've assigned and you've operationalized, or is the belonging that is felt, appropriated, and determined to be relevant to people's lives? Those are not necessarily things that are coherent enough. So the intersection of ethnicity, race, and migrancy is stuck in a time warp. I've argued this before, and unfortunately, although I keep track of the literature, it's not changing as fast as I would love to. And part of the reason why is that we're constantly asking the following question: does ethnicity and race matters? That's an essentialist understanding of these social locations or edification grounds. What we should be asking is when, how, why does it matter for certain situations and circumstances and not others? That would be a constructionist way of thinking about the diversity and operationalizing that diversity within those populations that we tend to refer to as migrants, i.e. non-natives, i.e. the other. Now, part of the reason why the topics one would expect will focus on this has to do with the fact that when we're not asking when, how, why, and how, we're not asking some of the most crucial types of questions. If you only knew how little research there is on older migrants, older ethnic minorities for that reason, that actually taps into the effects of discrimination and racism to people's life course, you would be surprised. But because we're consumed by asking, does it matter? And not asking when it matters, why it matters, how it matters, we're not asking the kind of questions that may be relevant to these people's discontinuous life. So it is against that backdrop that I am urging you today to think, how is gerontological research policy and practice, including your own, contributing to injustice, albeit inadvertently, that older ethnic, racial, or migrant minorities may face, despite the best intentions? How is the writing up of results ends up leading sometimes to misinformation that becomes augmented and could end up being perceived to be evidence-based? There's a lot to be done on the topic. So phrased differently, we would say that these ethnicity, race, and migrancy is nothing else than an identification ground that makes sense to people when they care to claim them for themselves. To self-assertion. Sometimes they're acknowledged by others, and that claim is deemed to be appropriate or not, and sometimes they're not. Ethnicity and race and migrancy are therefore not only contextually dependent, they're also interactionally determined through negotiation. These are negotiable identification grounds that through time and space, and not only place, are negotiated. So what migration scholars tend to say is that all of this matters depending on whether people make those claims and structures and cultures support those claims. So it's contingent. Migration scholars tend to say provocatively, this only matters if we allowed it to matter. And the reason is, why are we consumed with letting it matter? For what purpose? So with that said, I will finalize by saying the following, and I will draw your attention here. If you're going to think of belonging, migration, and aging, and you're going to do it in a way that is astute enough to what I tend to call migrancy astuteness, then you need to start thinking of yourself as an analytical tool yourself. And you need to start to sort of say, let me gaze back into myself and critically inquire as to what the hidden presuppositions of my thoughts actually are. What are the hidden presuppositions of the design that I'm deploying? What kind of expectations are behind it? How do I create designs that allow me to tap into that richness of diversity that I was talking about? And what do we actually do through our own practices to reproduce some of the injustices we're trying to combat because we're not thinking in sophisticated enough ways about migration? That is all I have for today. Thank you, and I'll take your questions now.
Okay, so I see hands going up already. So thank you very much, Sandra, for such a wonderful presentation and for challenging us and the role of researchers here in terms of how we might reproduce some of these elements as well. So we do have a number of questions. We're going to take 10 minutes for lunch as well, just in case people are wondering. So there will be lunch just next door. So Anna, if you want a question.
Thank you very much for this amazing presentation. I really enjoyed. So I am asking this question because it's based on my current experience during like my field of study. So I noticed like we have many older people who have like immigration background and in different countries, but specifically in Denmark, I am talking about. They have been living in this country for many, many years. And then now we have many policy that they are addressing the needs of these people. But what I am seeing that is like a little bit lacking is the policies that are set to help the society to get along with the idea of helping these people to make a home in their own country. What I'm saying that like majority of practices, initiatives, and policies are set for immigrants to integrate. They have to do the work. But what about the role of the host society? So if you have any example at international or national level, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I think you just shouted that.
Yes. I'm not a practitioner, not a policymaker. What? As a researcher, I don't take on questions about what policymakers ought to do. I do notice what you've been noticing. And I also see fascinating things when it comes to older people. Just to give you an example, I was looking at the OECD latest report on integration, how migrants are integrated in different parts of the world, different spheres. And there is a whole section on civic contributions. But this chapter on all the migrants has nothing. It's all about what they need. Nothing about the contributions, not about what they bring to the table. It's all about what they need. So I think that what you're observing is something that we've been noticing for a long time. But I think that unless we start asking ourselves, when does it matter? How does it matter? And to who it matters? And shift that analytical gaze, we won't be able to produce the kind of scholarship that actually allows us to change this. Because we keep on producing the same scholarship that we're expected to produce. And that policy is, how do we assist governments to integrate people? It is not an easy task because we've lost a lot of time. But I don't envy those that have it. Sorry, I'm not the right person to answer it, I guess.
Actually, I think you might be a practitioner. I think you just answered it there, Sandra, by suggesting that if you're creating awareness about contribution, that's part of it, and that gets lost sometimes in that discourse. Any other questions? Yes. And I will ask people to keep them reasonably short.
Thank you for the important point on not generalizing. But it also led me to think about how we think about belonging. There's so many different ways of thinking of belonging, how belonging is experienced, performed, and so on. And so as a researcher, if you're looking at maybe, for example, to study the impact of migration on belonging, there's so many, like belonging means something wildly different to the migrant sources, the so-called non-natives, for example. How do you deal with that kind of broad understanding of belonging when you want to do this kind of research?
So I think that this is related to the question that you were asking earlier and that Susan was trying to answer. I think it's partly a question of how do we operationalize things. But I think that half of the time we operationalize things, but we don't look for the disconfirming evidence to whatever we operationalize. So we're only looking for the confirming evidence to what we operationalize. Part of the way through which you deal with trustworthiness in qualitative research is that you ask for disconfirming evidence. So if I operationalize and conceptualize belonging along this parameter, then you need to make sure that you understand that it's only those parameters that you operationalize around. And how do you make sure you don't go into another parameter that you haven't actually asked about? But even if something as simple of asking the question, what does it mean to you? If I say belonging to you, what does it mean? I'm doing a project right now on civic contributions among older people, dealing with 4 different groups of older people. One of the groups, it's migrants. Now, the body of work on civic engagement, as it pertains to migrants, irrespective of age, it's large. But it never asks the question that one should be asking, which is, how do you define civic engagement? So it's just applying all these concepts and saying, do they score high enough? So sometimes you need to verbalize for yourself how you operationalize a concept like belonging or home, for example, or a place, whatever it might be. Try to figure out what's the opposite of that so that you stay really clear as to what is it that I don't have evidence on. And how do I make sure that my writing keeps disciplined enough as you put together some publications, so you don't dive into the next thing, which is the generalization that I was talking about. But sometimes it's as simple as asking, first, what does it belong? If I say belonging, and then you can go on to operation that says that if I say belonging in relation to place, you're closest. If I say belonging in relation to nation, is it say belonging in relation to culture? Interrogate questions and get to the nitty gritty of what it is people actually mean when they say belonging before you start to operationalize belonging from the top down. But not all study designs allow that to happen. But if more were to allow that to happen, we would be actually asking questions that are far more appropriate, perhaps, than the ones we're asking.
I think just on that, I mean, secondary analysis then is additionally complicated because you only got handed so many indicators in the first place.
Thank you, Sandra, for always having such a provocative voice to these issues that we don't really know how to answer. So in your reflection on how diverse migrants are and the idea of do we let ethnicity and race matter or not, and negotiating identity, I was wondering if these issues have been approached from a decolonial perspective, thinking maybe, I guess, the cause of migration as a colonial legacy, and whether migrants have to really negotiate their identity to become more Western or European and leave behind their Black heritage at all. Not sure if this is something that you looked at or not.
So you're merging different
yes.
areas. Okay,
Yes.
so from macro, micro, micro, in one sentence. If you deal with things, we don't have enough of a decolonial, post-colonial lens on these issues. We do have one Belgian scholar who just published something just 2 or 3 years ago on it, but there's not enough yet. I'm not 100% sure that that set of understandings is particularly helpful. I think that it is helpful to think of the bigger pictures, but I'm not 100% sure that in everyday it's interesting unless you're dealing with the very concrete things like discrimination and racism. So I think that sometimes those approaches muddle more than they actually end up clarifying. But there hasn't been enough, not to the you would expect, considering that migration, I think, race scholars, not gerontologists that dab into it, but those are actually specialized on it, have been working with decolonial and post-colonial frameworks for a long time, but often in terms of the macro and very little in terms of the micro.
Time for one more question. Okay, so I might just ask you one quick one. It's not quick, actually. So, yes, that's right. So you were talking there about maybe the theoretical disparity that's there in terms of scholarship and social gerontology versus migration piece. So how do we advance that? And particularly with respect to race, ethno-cultural backgrounds and religious aspects and all these different things. Is it again by looking at enforcing a stronger, not enforcing, but encouraging a stronger intersectional lens? Is it by looking at some of these other approaches? Or is there anything that you have in mind that will advance our theoretical scholarship a little bit more?
So advancing the theoretical scholarship is not easy these days because funders are not interested in theorization. so let's just face it's not going to be that viable for so many of us. But I think that the main thing is to think about, if we think of migrancy in the complex way I'm urging you to do, how do you look at the data sets you're working on and what they're missing? Because even if you are missing variables, just acknowledging that in the discussion, just saying this has looked at this and that and that, but we know that this is also important, at least puts it on the purview of the people consuming the research. The problem is that we sometimes produce research and end up with discussions and conclusions that only deal with what we've dealt with in the data set we had. And we have very problematic data sets when it comes to this population. It's just the way share. It's not a data set that is actually migrancy astute, but there's data there that you could use. And the question is, how do you write it so that you keep the audience in mind that there's other things that we haven't asked, and that there's interesting questions for them to pose. Because the most you do that, the most you leave a trace of theoretization grounds for a new generation. But when we do not do that, when we pretend that these kinds of analysis make sense, in spite of the fact that we had so limited number of variables to deal with and so limited number of migrancy astute variables, then we're not doing anything that is actually advancing the scholarship, because we're not saying these are the things that we need to start to put in place. These are the questions that I could have asked, but we don't have data for. These are the entry points that might question the results that I have because I don't have data on X, Y, and Z. So sometimes not having data and acknowledge it, it's part of the way through which we end up changing things. But the problem is that we tend not to do that.
So I think we'll leave it there for this session. Sandra, thanks so much. Oh, sorry, online. Online, you're very good. Remind me. So there is 2 questions. Yeah. So Sandra, does Sandra know if any research is done on the social security and pension rights for migrants residing outside their country of nationality at the time of later life?
Yes.
And I'll leave that. Okay.
It's been mostly North America, but it's been and it's mostly in North America with large data sets. I'm not sure that those results are transferable to other countries because the pension system is so different and what's considered to be a migration. But there is a body of work that you could at least stand on the shoulders of to begin with and explore it further. Yeah.
Okay, so thanks very much, Sandra, for such a wonderful session and for giving us an awful lot of thought about how to set up and design the study and bigger questions about how we convince funders that this is a really important area to think about theorization. So thanks very much, Sandra. Thank you. So we will take a break for until 2 o'clock and then we'll return with our next session. Thanks very much.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a nice lunch break and you're not too tired, but are strengthened, and all of you have another coffee, and yeah, look forward to the rest of this day. I have the pleasure to start the afternoon with an official welcoming address by our Vice President Sabine Andresen, who's particularly responsible for early career development. So this is a perfect opportunity also to hear a little bit about what we're doing at Goethe University in that regard, and has been a close colleague for years. So thank you so much, Sabine, for being here.
So thank you very much, Anna, for the nice introduction. I was already invited to give a welcome speech early in the morning. So, but then due to your technical problem you had, we decided that maybe it could also be a nice thing to welcome you after lunch, because that means that you already did some work, had some fruitful discussions, I guess, and enjoyed lunch and the campus. So I will not say good morning as I would have said this morning. I will say good afternoon, and it's really a pleasure for me to welcome you at the Goethe University here at our campus West End. We, as Goethe University and also the Presidential Board, is happy to host you here as the Marie Curie Doctoral Network. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. I like the pronunciation of HOMeAGE or HOMeAGE. So it represents an important step forward in advancing interdisciplinary research in the field of aging and place. And as Vice President, who is responsible for early career research and development, for the career pathways, for questions of how to support innovative ideas on the one hand side regarding to research, but especially how to support independent research of individual early career researchers. I'm particularly excited about the opportunities you offer as a doctoral network, and to see so many nowadays and maybe next generation researchers in that field as they embark on tackling one of the most pressing challenges of our time. And I would like to say just a few words or give you just a few data information about Frankfurt University. We have more than 40,000 students. Only some of them are here. We have more than 580 professors and more than 3,000 research assistants, which means that are mainly early career researchers, more than 2,000 administrative and technical staff members. And they are all located and let's say divided in 16 different departments. And what is always surprising for me when I learned or get the knowledge about the number, 158 different study programs. So this is such a variety. And the campus West End here is one of 5 campuses of the Goethe University. And with these numbers, you may imagine that the Goethe University is one of the largest universities in Germany today. It is a comprehensive university that is oriented towards the, I'd like to call it classical educational missions in terms of academic learning and teaching, and both in terms of the diversity of disciplines and the unity of research and teaching, which is not taken for granted, as we know, since we have so many reforms all over in academia. So what I learned when I talked to Anna is that your Frankfurt meeting is dedicated to the topic of home and belonging. At first sight, this sounds like, I would say, really a beautiful topic, belonging and what it means when it comes to home. It evokes feelings of safety, security, and feeling connected with others. And I myself, I have the background as childhood researcher, and I'm really interested in what promotes the well-being of children and adolescents. And then it comes to the safety at home, for instance, and the belonging, which is really close connected to that age group as well when it comes to when they look at their families or other family-oriented circumstances. However, not everyone is in the privileged position to have such a home. The challenges are facing regarding home and belonging are immense. Almost a third of older people, that is your topic in Europe, face neighborhood deprivation. Many live in fragmented and isolated urban or rural communities. I'm pretty sure you heard a lot about it already this morning. Millions remain in institutional settings that do not always foster a sense of home and belonging. And an increasing number of older adults live in conditions of homelessness. And we can also see that here when we walk around in the city of Frankfurt. Moreover, as we are unfortunately again living in times of war, older adults are also among those whose homes are being destroyed, who have to leave their homes and try to build a new sense of belonging somewhere else. And this is maybe really difficult when it comes to start in a later phase of life again. And we saw and still can see so many refugees in later stages of life when they arrive at Frankfurt Main Station, Central Station. These realities highlight the urgent need for innovative research on aging, home, and belonging, and many of you are working on those pressing topics like migrations and homelessness and later life. So to the doctoral researchers present here, you are the future leaders of this field. And I really appreciate that you are very much into it. And the Goethe University, and especially the colleagues, this international and interdisciplinary network, right, is supporting this journey. Today, I know you will get a lot of input from excellent researchers in the field all across Europe, Canada, and even from colleagues from New Zealand. Tomorrow, you will have time to present and discuss your own work and acquire guidance on your career development. And as far as I learned on Friday, you will also have some time to experience the city of Frankfurt. I hope you will enjoy and hope you can also relate or connect to what you discussed here and will discuss the next day. So I look forward to see and read about the groundbreaking work that will emerge from HOMeAGE or HOMeAGE, and wish you a really flourishing time together. And my great thank to the organizers. It is always a pleasure and wonderful when it comes to such a community of researchers on such an important topic, and that it takes place here in Frankfurt is wonderful. Congratulations and thank you very much. And have a good time. I have to say goodbye.
Thank you very much, and hello everyone. Thank you also for joining online. I am Tina Buffel from the University of Manchester, and it's my absolute pleasure to introduce Amanda Grenier, who is a professor in social work in the University of Toronto, a very prominent social and critical gerontologist who has written about a number of topics. Today, she will give a presentation on understanding aging and inequality with a particular focus on case studies of precarity and homelessness. Amanda, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Okay. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, Tina, and thank you for the invite to Anna, Frank, and Kieran. I'm very sorry that I can't be with you in person today. So I look forward to hearing your questions at the end and hopefully meeting all of the students in the network at some point in the future. So what I thought I would do today is really focus on because it's a student network, focus a little bit on the research that I've been doing on both precarity and homelessness, but trying to point a little bit more towards some of the theory and methods and how we can how these concepts become useful to us to understand aging and inequality. And so these are two examples. Hopefully you can, and it's not clicking through. Give me 1 second. Okay, there we go. All right. So the outline is really to talk a little bit about why aging and inequality, and then walk you through what I'm calling 2 case studies. Now, they're both ethnographies, but I'm treating them as cases here. And that's something I've been thinking about recently. And we'll talk a little bit more about at GSA in November. And then turn towards some of the lessons for the study of aging and inequality. So what we learned through both. So why study aging and inequality? I mean, this is something that this group knows well, I think. But when we, to position this work, it's really, we want to be able to think about aging in these conditions of insecurity and risk. And thank you for the introduction from the university, because I mean, that set this up very well. We're talking about all these kind of global conditions. And what happens when in particular situations of aging. And in this case, both these tend to be in a city. So we're looking at population aging, economic inequality, social and political changes. These are the backdrop that we're studying precarity or homelessness or any of our studies against. This piece about market and individualized care and how cuts to social programs also are changing older people's experiences. And of course, the ongoing interest in social exclusion, discrimination. And I think today is actually a day of awareness on ageism, so very appropriate. And exposure to turbulence and disruption. So we know why study. And this is really to look at, these two examples are two studies within what we might see as a broad umbrella of studying aging and inequality. So the first I'll walk you through is that on precarity, and the second's on late life homelessness. In reality, the study on late life homelessness happened first in my research trajectory. And it's a particular example. And then I wanted to trace back what happens before one might end up in this particular situation of being at that kind of extreme level of unhoused and extreme risk, gone wrong or needs gone where needs have been left to be unmet. So I'm talking about them in the reverse order, but I think it works better for understanding both risk and insecurity and homelessness as an example of an extreme precarity and risk gone wrong in some ways, if we can say socially, right, that needs were unmet. So what I wanted to just speak quickly about what I mean by case study and some of the work that I've been doing is to try to think about everything that we study as a concept has these embedded units of analysis in it. And so if you look to the right, that when we were looking at precarity, we were looking at migration, disability, and low income as three kind of experiences within precarity. If we extract that to a broader level of method and theory and thinking about aging, we could see that you could study anything. So that context is just what I talked about aging and inequality. And the case and concept could be precarity, it could be homelessness, it could be migration, it could be poverty. That's one of our next projects. And those embedded units of analysis are how we're going about it. So hopefully this gives a sense of where what I realized was similar about my work over the years was that I was studying things ethnographically, but then trying to connect them to a larger theoretical frame. And this is how. And so this is a piece that maybe we can pick up. And I thought was more relevant for a doctoral network in a way like what I'm trying to do. So let's turn to the ethnographic case studies themselves. And the first one came from an Insight grant. My colleagues are here, and it was funded by the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council in Canada. So at the outset of the project, the context was that precarity had mainly been talked about in studies of labor or migration, and aging and late life were completely overlooked. And there was an assumption that the state protection would cover older people. And so, automatically we can think about something like retirement was assumed to protect people. We know that that's not true in cases where someone may not have retirement benefits, when we start kind of accumulating housing or other risks on top of that. So we really wanted to know, what is precarity and precariousness in relation to late aging and late life? These were some of the broader aims of the project, and we've published on this elsewhere, so I won't focus as much on them, but you have them here. We really wanted to understand it, to document it, to see, is it a relevant concept alongside disadvantage, social exclusion, vulnerability, what you might call our allied concepts to study aging and inequality. And we wanted to identify key issues and moments for change in a critical consistent with a critical gerontological perspective. So the methods that I've used across studies are lit reviews. There's always a literature review, always a policy document review to try to contextualize the issue. Often stakeholder interviews. I'm talking about can be anyone working in the community with older people. That could be city, that could be community home care, it could be community organizations, food banks, etc., and observations and interviews. The observations and interviews, unfortunately, for the Precarity Project were canceled due to COVID, and they couldn't be put online. It didn't work with this method. So if we looked at definitions of precarity, we saw it was defined as this condition, category, or experience. And it was both a condition and a reflection of life worlds that are characterized by uncertainty and insecurity, as well as a possible rallying point for resistance, which you saw through the Occupy movement and so forth. So what was interesting to me and to us in this concept of precarity and precariousness, and they're different, and I won't be talking a lot about that today, but there were these two divergent strands of thinking that are relevant for theory. One was through Standing's work, and the linguistic piece with that is on structural inequality and its precarity, right? And it was looking at work and political context. Then you had Judith Butler's work, Frames of War, looking at the cultural construction of devalued subjects and more about vulnerability. And we could say we could introduce need. And that's where the language precariousness tends to be used. So what we did was we did a scoping review. What was happening in the landscape of aging with regards to precarity? And in those particular areas I was talking about, migration, disability, aging. There were 31 articles that had used precarity. What we found in the scoping review was that there were these relevant themes of labor, insecurity, risk, vulnerability, disadvantage, and uncertainty. And then there were a number of intersectional sites that happened. And some of those sites were social locations that gender as an example, whether someone migrated or not. And some of them are kind of policy features like housing, income, et cetera, care. So they're a little bit mixed in the intersectionality, but it's helpful as we start to continue to think about the person or the particular situation in the policy context. So two notable components that came up relevant to aging or later life was really around this transition to needing care that's going to heighten precarity, and that there were the risks and insecurities for those who rely on public system or have no access worsens. And so out of this work, we came up with this definition, and again, still playing with this idea of, is it precarity or precariousness, and continuing work in that area. But the concept of precariousness that we were talking about in this book draws on attention to insecurities, unwanted risks, and costly hazards of contemporary life that result from global change, declining social protection, and new forms of discrimination. Where I've landed with this project is really that precarity becomes a lens to understand inequality. And so there was an article, the project outcome here is partly in the article where I was trying to also think through frailty and precarity. So precarity is a lens through which we can understand and explain risks and insecurity in older people's lives, and how those structures and systems are shaping their lives. So that relationship between policy, structure, culture, and older people's lives. So this piece is still in development, and it's the examples from the key informant interviews, which was the pivot, I hate that word, but the pivot from being able to do the ethnographic work was to do as many key informant interviews online with people who worked with older people who would be in precarious situations. And here we came out with similar themes, really. Precarity is contextual. It carries on through encounters with policies and services. That priorities focused on privatized or private care systems are making things worse, and exclusion from public benefits really plays out in particular people's lives. I want to turn to the ethnographic case study now on homelessness. And again, this preceded that on precarity, but it gives us why I'm presenting it here. It gives us this specific example of what happens at the extreme of risk and insecurity in relation to housing specifically. So why were we studying homelessness? It was because this actually came from the demand of the shelter more than 15 years ago, where they were seeing more older people in the using the shelter system in Montreal, more older people on the streets. But when you started looking at policies and research strategies in the city's municipal level, homelessness among older people was not recognized. And so bringing this together, we wanted to understand what is it, how can it be understood, how can it be responded to? So the questions for the project were really, what is late life homelessness? Very similar. What is precarity? What is late life homelessness? What happens at this intersection of aging and homelessness? How do older people understand their needs? This is more typical of the work that I've been doing, where it's older people led, right? And it's the older people who get to define the concept. And that was what was missing in the precarity project due to the pandemic. So through this critical ethnography, same sort of methods that you saw, observations, interviews, policy analysis, review of administrative data, statistical data in the men's shelter in particular, to see who was leaving or who was staying longer. Older men were staying longer than any other age group. Which was interesting, mainly because they had outstanding legal issues. I don't have the findings in this presentation, but that was a helpful point for us to know, and primarily interviews with older people. So I just want to point this out on, again, this is a little bit of a side turn to the method piece. We looked at the policy documents as part of the project, we saw that these point in time counts in Toronto in 2013, you had 29% age 51 plus. Montreal had 41%, and that was our study city, age 50 plus. Vancouver, which is known to be a young population in terms of being unhoused, had 18%. Now these numbers have risen across time. They've actually changed a bit in some ways because what gets measured changed. So if they're looking at over 60, all of a sudden that changes the statistic. So I think you follow along. But what we wanted to see here was what do we know? What's our data point? Because people were saying there's not a problem, but the shelter was saying there is. So this is how we did it. And then we looked at, there was a Housing First program that was rolling out, and it involved all of the municipalities declaring what they were going to do. And so we looked at 42 of these Canadian strategies. They're actually not broad level Canadian, they're municipal across Canada, and it was volunteer basis. So we worked with what we had, and that was 42 of them. And in there, we saw that 16 had zero mention of older people. 22 just mentioned the word older people, elderly, senior. Only 4 talked about older people's needs, and most of those were in Quebec, which was interesting. And that's been a story of success, that through doing research with community and in a particular municipal location, Montreal, we were able to kind of affect Quebec policy and get older people recognized in the policies on aging. So I want to turn quickly to what we found out. And the way I've put this together is, and recently Tamara Sussman and I, we have an article that's in press. It'll be coming out in the Gerontologist soon. It doesn't have a date yet, but it is open access. So when we put the data together, we could say that you can define late life homelessness through these 4 components. And I want to show you some of the quotes in each so that it's older people speaking for themselves. The first is about age eligibility and access, or the lack thereof. Second is disadvantage. Third is aging in undesirable places. And 4th is unmet need and policies and neglect. These were actually chapters that I had organized in the book, and then realized over time that they could be brought together through a definition. So what you see in the first component is that late life homelessness is structured and enacted through chronological age and age-based responses, and it doesn't fit into service designations that are often divided between either for family or either for older people. I won't be able to spend a lot of time on this just because of our time, but you can see from a stakeholder, there's no real specific criteria. I've condensed these, by the way, that we use to identify age. Not having age criteria here in this shelter means that someone who's 65 won't get any more services than someone who's 22. So that's really interesting on it's universal, it's open for everyone. At the same time, that means it's not tailored to the needs that older people have. And so here's the contrast from Rita, who's 55. She says, I'm very insecure. I feel vulnerable. I'm scared. I wasn't scared before. I can't take as much anymore. So here you see the change over time. I'm old. You feel your body deteriorating. It doesn't have the same energy. And so you can see that contrast between needing a different type of service and being more fearful and vulnerable. The precarity to an extreme. The second is about disadvantage. And in the interviews, you saw all of these kind of pathways into homelessness. And it was really various. It was childhood trauma, it was intimate partner violence, especially for women, insecure work, more for men than women, substance use. Also, colonization in Canada is a particular trajectory of Indigenous peoples into homelessness. And there's not much on aging and homelessness, partly because of early mortality. And that's something that really needs to be brought to recognition, that there's such inequality that we can't even study aging because people are not living that long. And so you saw the health and social disparities over time, and you could see this both in the data that was available, but also the stories. So here's one from Simon. Simon says, my health was good. I could work. I could get around, still unhoused, right? Or precariously housed across the life course. But I'm sick. I've had a heart attack, 2 pulmonary embolisms. I can't bounce back. I don't have the will to. I find that dangerous. Then there's Lucas saying those who are younger have more chance of working, finding it easier. When you're older, the work isn't so easy. You can't just go running after a truck, right? Meaning the garbage truck. Those tend to be the positions that people, in some senses, with records of incarceration, can sometimes be hired. It's hard to get a job after being incarcerated. So we could look at some of precarity and how that plays out as it goes on over time and needs remain unmet. What results then is that you've got late life homelessness shaped and experienced in and through place. And this is something you're talking about directly in these 2 days. But we need to pick that apart and go, it's either that they're unsuitable by design, which people, when policies do talk about aging, they talk about this unsuitability by design. But there's also this bigger issue that emerges, that the places that people are aging in are really undesirable, right? The streets, emergency shelters, hospitals. And so you can see the first where Andre is talking about mobility. There's only stairs, you exclude people with walkers, etc. You see Betty saying there's actually no place for you to rest. You're on the street. The stress makes you older. If it was me, I would age faster, and it is, right? In the alleys, when you sleep, this is François Andre says, when you sleep, you don't sleep heavily. You never know what's going to happen. They might knock you out, steal from you. And fourth, we can see, so you can see the social exclusion story in the last as well. And so the places are not desirable, and people become increasingly excluded through that. So older people are discussing late life homelessness as this ultimate experience of exclusion, and they talk about prolonged suffering, getting by, and what this shows us as critical gerontologists is really the inaction and neglect that's happening on a policy level where people's needs are not met. So here's a really good example from the stakeholder when we looked at long-term care as a component of this. So if people couldn't get housing, they may need care. Could they get into long-term care? And she says, well, can you accommodate her? This is someone phoning from the shelter, phoning a long-term care. They said, yeah, we can accommodate her, but we'd prefer if she went somewhere else because she's very difficult because of her undiagnosed mental health issues. And of course, there's not anywhere else to go, right? And Marie, really, this brings it home for me. I want a space where I can be well. I wasn't well when I was young. I didn't have an adolescence. I've never been well anywhere. What I need is a place where I can have peace, be quiet, but not be all alone. And we can see the importance of having a place, and we can see the impact of trauma and disadvantage over the life course. So what does this tell us together? It tells us that late life homelessness isn't only about being or becoming homeless in late life. Sorry, there's a typo there. It's a phenomenon that's generated by age classifications, disadvantage, social and spatial processes of exclusion, and policy inaction and abandonment. So late life homelessness is this experience of unequal aging. And so when we view late life homelessness as part of a larger system, we see how non-response sustains unequal aging and human suffering. What do older people need? These are kind of policy recommendations, recognition that they exist, affordable, safe housing, stable income, and access to care, and protection from eviction. But they also need rights and justice based on shared humanity and the value of their lives. And that goes back to countering that precariousness. So if we take these, I'm wrapping up here and concluding. I think this is my time here. If we take these together, we can say that the concept of precarity and homelessness both offer us conceptual guidelines and practical lessons from older people themselves, both to study aging, right? Aging and inequality, and also to make change. And so precarity offers us, I would argue, precarity offers this lens to understand and identify the risks and needs in global and local contexts. It shows us how lives are intricately connected with systems like housing, labor, migration, and care. And it demonstrates how older people experience these unequal impacts and disadvantage over the life course. Homelessness is one particular outcome of these risks and insecurities that have been left unaddressed. And if there's anything, that's where I'm trying to point to those differences between these two studies, being related but different. And so both deepen our understanding by situating people's experiences in larger contexts, revealing disadvantage over the life course, and how certain subjects have become devalued in ways that have allowed their needs to go unmet. And it points to specific pathways that could be policy issues like housing, or social locations like gender, race, and discrimination that results, that can create and sustain disadvantage where non-response results in neglect and suffering. And so thank you for your attention. Hopefully I've kept to time. I lose a bit of control on the screens here. These are the two of the books, a bit of a shameless there. And our works cited are at the end here. I'm happy to provide those if people have more questions. Thank you very much.
So much, Anna. That was absolutely terrific and touches on so many topics that we all very deeply care about. I'm sure there's going to be lots of questions, and thanks to your perfect timekeeping, we actually have 18 minutes for questions, which is a bit of a record, I think.
Hello, and thank you very much for this amazing presentation. I'm Anna Fatima Salamoni, and I had this question about the age of the cohort. When you were showing us the age of the participants, or let's say the criteria for participant, there was like criteria from 50, 51 to 55, and I realized that it's like increasing. I was wondering if there was like a change in life expectancy of the population, and did you like have any research? What would be the reason behind like the extension in the life expectancy? And thank you very much.
Thank you. So if I understand the question correctly, it's both to specify what we were doing in terms of our sample and our age criteria, and then some of the expectations around age. Does that, yes, I can't see, sorry, I can't see, it's too far. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. So we did, is that right, Tina?
There's a lot of nodding.
Okay, I'll keep going. It's a little bit more quiet with the microphone. So we used age 50 plus, and we've argued that this was actually part of the study that we needed to establish, was that aging in terms of risks and disadvantaged locations like homelessness, you couldn't use 65 plus, that didn't make sense. And so we looked at the literature and pulled that together early in the project to say that we were arguing for 50 plus. And we actually had one person who was younger, was 40 something, and participated in the study. And it was interesting because it created an ethical issue of me having to go back and forth, but they looked older. They had all of the kind of comorbidities. They actually appeared and would have that geriatric profile of being kind of mid 70s. And so we allowed that person to participate. And of course that came up against all sorts of questions from the ethics committee of, are they just participating for the $20? That I can talk about in a different, which was not the case, right? They wanted to share their experiences of aging and need. So we did argue, and we still would, for 50 plus. What has happened over time in the population point in time counts, they're very imperfect. They get implemented differently in different cities, is that Montreal's, for example, went down. So you saw it going from 41%. It's gone down over the years, but it hasn't really. It's because they weren't being counted in the same ways or weren't being recognized. And so one of the things that we've continually had to advocate for, and actually Montreal has more awareness, or Quebec has more awareness in some ways than other provinces in Canada, but we've had to continually argue for recognition of older people as a subgroup within the larger kind of homeless population. So it's a little bit tricky. And then as I was saying, when you break that down, you see some of the data on Indigenous peoples, for example. It's not related to aging, but you have statistics that say living on the street, and I'd have to pull up the specific number so you could email afterward, but living on the street has a life expectancy in your 40s. You know, Indigenous people have a life expectancy younger than that, right? Like late 30, early 40s. So you've got this inequality that's across the life course, which meant that they weren't kind of getting into that 50 plus group. And then you have the other issue of kind of, actually, Dale Danifer's work has been really helpful here, because it's like that missing population that you can't count because of inequality and disadvantage. So hopefully that's given a roundabout answer to what you were looking for. It's a lot of things at once, and it's hard to pin down because, of course, maybe you could say they don't want the numbers because then you would have to respond. But keeping in mind that older people are still considered, even though it's not shaping up that way, to be a minority in the homelessness population. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Amanda. And I see a lot of nodding, so I think that definitely answered the question.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Amanda, for the presentation. My name is Petra.
I see a hand. Yeah.
I was asking the question beforehand, as we had to send some questions. It was the question about the two concepts we were presenting as separate, the precarity and late life homelessness. And the question, I don't know if it makes sense after the presentation, but I think it's still not clear for me. That I understand homelessness as a continuum, so from sleeping rough and to some kind of instability in housing, and I understand, or I think that every homeless person is in precarious situation. So experience precarity, and at the same time, every person in precarious situation, I'm not sure about that, but has problems with housing or feeling at home, which can also mean that the person has a place to stay, but it's not a home, and it can be a home for somebody else, but not for the person, for example. So was the sense of conceptualize these two things separately, or maybe if there are any ways out from this dilemma?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your question, because it actually is, you know, what I've been trying to do. I suppose when you get, you know, it's been 20 years that I've been working on these different sorts of topics, and for a concentrated kind of years at a time, which is through our social science funding. So starting with kind of with frailty, and then looking at kind of the transitions that people have through their lives, and then looking at homelessness, and then looking at precarity, and now looking at poverty in the city is the new project. What I've always been trying, I realized in a way, what I've always been trying to understand is that how do we talk about inequality, disadvantage, risk, vulnerability, all of these things? How do we talk about that? And then how do we talk about it in ways and get the, you could call it data, but by data, I don't just mean numbers, you know, to convince policy. And so that's both the kind of number and the stories. And my work has focused on the stories and trying to tighten up those concepts so that we can advocate for change. So that's my way of doing it. And I hope to, you know, and the hope is that you join other researchers who are doing different things, and you put your stories together and say, there's a problem, it looks like this, it needs to be addressed. So how I would answer our precarity and homelessness, what's the relationship between the two, is to say that I think precarity is the lens that we can study these through. And the point I was trying to make in the presentation, homelessness is an outcome. I agree with you that like everyone who is homeless is precarious. It's actually an extreme level of precarity. What I wouldn't want to, I don't want to have to wait to get to that extreme level for policy to make a change. And so precarity for me and precariousness, and I'll pick that up in a second, are important to help us get there. The precariousness, I think in your answer, is part of what's important here too, is that, so I would say though that not everyone who is precarious is homeless, right? Because I think in some ways I'm suggesting that's a continuum that might happen before an extreme. But your point is really important and helpful in that distinction on precarity, because you could argue that that precariousness of you're not feeling at home anywhere is different from the structural conditions of whether you have a home or not. And actually, I think that's where precarity ends up being really useful. It's the both and of the structural and the experience. So hopefully so I appreciate your question and continue. It does speak to what I continue to work on. And I would suggest that they're related. But I think, yeah, I wouldn't want to say that homelessness, everyone who's precarious is homeless, because I don't want it to get that far. That's the answer in a social kind of responsibility model. Those are unbaked thoughts. Well, very baked, but not compiled into a nice dish of sorts.
There's quite a few more questions. Amanda, I think you were next.
But if anyone else has a question, are you ready? Okay. Hi, Amanda. I'm Pamela. I'm one of the researchers in the HOMeAGE network, and I am a big fan of yours, especially after this presentation. How do I frame this question? Okay, so yesterday during part of our training, we were talking about policy change and the fact that it has to do with values, beliefs, and ideologies. Nora Keating said that, Giovanni Latura said that. And part of your presentation, you said that we need a rights-based approach to these issues and ideas of shared humanity, maybe to create consciousness about the need to not accept homelessness, or this is a failure of humanity, we need to address it. How do you think a rights-based approach can help in making that switch in policy in action?
Thank you. So this is a really interesting question for me, and one that I answered differently depending on the topic and depending on the context. So my position, I go more towards justice and the peace and humanity, because I think about recognizing humanity, that's more helpful. We can do that in an academic research way. It's harder to hold on to or to make change in a policy context where something needs to have a right, and that has to be recognized, established, whatever, in order to get a response. So rights in some way are a good starting point, I think. So if we look at the right to housing, in Canada, we have a right to housing. Doesn't happen, right? So like there's a right, but it doesn't actually have kind of teeth in some way, or hasn't been implemented. So I think that's where rights break down. But if you look at another project that we've been working on the right of people living with dementia to participate in research, that we're arguing for rights as a starting point. It's also the just kind of human person, recognizing personhood, et cetera. So I think it's a matter of choosing, the answer is choosing a language and framework that is strategically placed to do what you think you need to do. And so in an academic audience, I can situate that in terms of justice, but in a policy legal context, I might have to choose rights. Hopefully that helps.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you very much. We have no questions online, so Nora, it is time for one question.
Hi, Amanda. Back here.
Hello.
I have a question, and maybe I'm getting tripped up on language, but we've had a period of time where we've talked about exclusion as opposed to vulnerability.
Yeah.
Is the language of precarity taking us back to a place that maybe is not where we wish to be in terms of older people as the who are somehow feel vulnerable and so on?
Mm-hmm. It's a great question, and one that we've continued, and my colleague Chris Phillipson will answer this differently maybe than I might. But it is one that we've picked up and continued to struggle with in the same way. Like, I guess my answer remains that language is important, and for me, language is my tool of trying to look at the differences between what's stated for older people, in policies, what's meant to happen, what's actually happening. Language helps me get into that, and language helps me with the language and concepts, help me with understanding the contradictions, the problems, the stigma, the exclusion, et cetera. So I do think that you're right in saying, do we want to be there in terms of precarity, hearkening back to this idea of you're vulnerable, and at the same time, actually it links with the other question, at the same time I've had to use some of that language to be able to say there's a problem, right? So it's a strategic use of language that's problematic in some ways, and that's where having older people as participants, or as co-directing, on particular project, will say, we don't like that concept, that doesn't speak to us, it's actually more stigmatizing to use that. And so it's this relational interplay of what you use when. But I can say that precarity and precariousness have been helpful as a thinking, a lens, in addition to the work and the concepts that all of you have been working on as well around social, we've worked on social exclusion for many years in Quebec as well. So these are related, right? Cumulative disadvantage, inequality. Vulnerability also is one where there's a really good legal literature on vulnerability that is embedded in that idea of recognizing humanity and shared responsibility on kind of, so in some ways it depends when and how we use each of the concepts. And I think we need to be specific about what it is and what it isn't at that point, that we're not suggesting, for example, that precarity becomes the label that's applied to an older person as it is in, for example, frailty, right? I'm not going to suggest that we say someone's frail. I'm going to argue against that, right?
Yeah, no, thank you. I think that's great. And I think we were talking yesterday about policy briefs and thinking very specifically about your audience, because that's what you're saying. Language is important. Use it. Particularly depending upon the audience, depending upon the impact you want to have. So thank you.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Nora, is like actually having that translator as well who is good at policy, right? Your people who are writing policies, who are working at the municipal level, they know that better than we do, as academics, right? We try to make our policy recommendations.
Amanda, we all very much enjoyed a fantastic presentation and discussion afterwards. Thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully next time in person. But it's a wonderful session. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thanks.
I think we have a break. Yeah, we have a break.
We have a break for 30 minutes. Central concern for this group. And then we've had as well the issue of promoting active and healthy aging, both with the WHO and with the UN Decade of Healthy Aging as well. So those are kind of three, what I would call rather conventional pillars, which have framed our discussion about population aging and urbanization. But I want to suggest there are other forces at work now, which are really indicating really quite profound transformations, which are affecting our cities, but our communities generally. I'm going to be talking about the urban, but I have a wide-ranging view of the urban, so it can embrace the suburban and the rural as well, of course. But I think these factors are, of course, widening inequalities within and between cities, polarization between social groups, and increased age segregation. The impact of austerity, particularly across Europe, and cuts to what we call social infrastructure, the facilities which make social connections possible. And finally, the impact of urban gentrification, urban gentrification, and regeneration. And those four factors, I think, have driven real change to the quality of people's lives and things which we do have to take account of in terms of our work. And I want to suggest that in terms of an elements of a critical urban gerontology, there are kind of these 6 factors that I want to kind of quickly go through, but perhaps spend a bit more time on the last one. And the penultimate slide is the critical one. So you need to stay alert for the penultimate slide in this presentation. It's a tricky one. So I think there are these 6 elements: political economy of urban environments, privatization of public space, housing as risk rather than right, the rise of extreme cities, communities in distress, and then the upbeat bit of this rather gloomy presentation is emancipatory responses. Okay, so I want you to leave the room feeling upbeat, at least on some possibilities. But I think there is this changed political economy of urban environments. And I'm starting here with a quote from Mike Savage in his book on inequality, published in 2021, where he makes, which has got a very good chapter on cities. And he argues that cities now are not just the products, but the drivers of inequality linked to powerful financial and political elites. And it's a very interesting study arguing that in many ways, cities give us a more granular insight into inequality than national level data does, even though it's often at national and regional level we get our data on inequality. What goes on in cities is increasingly important. And this is reflected in the way in which housing and use values of land and housing have become secondary to their status now as financial assets. And this extraordinary figure that 2/3 of global wealth is now invested in real estate. And it's real estate which is really driving global inequality. And it's as the inequalities with real estate and access to real estate, which is a crucial issue. And finally, I think as part of this political economy, we're seeing central urban sites becoming key for the domination by financial elites. So Mike Savage's point is that we think about cities as places where there are diverse populations, great population movement, but they're also now venues dominated by global elites. And we have to take that into account in terms of our analysis of how issues like age-friendly cities and so on are developing. The second thing that's gone along with this has been what we might call the privatization of public space, that private financial institutions are now the dominant actors in terms of the construction of housing and urban infrastructure. And we've seen a shift here in many European countries from public land acquisitions for slum clearance and social housing in the 19th century, early 20th century, to the privatization of public land in the 21st century. But of course, a crucial lack of transparency over who owns the city. You know, if you ask, well, who owns Frankfurt? Who owns Manchester? Who owns London? Who owns Brussels? We don't know the answer to the detail of those questions. And isn't that important when we're trying to construct age-friendly cities, that we don't know who owns our cities? I think that, you know, this is something which we need to address in our work. Nearly half, just taking the example of Britain, nearly half of publicly owned land in Britain has been sold off to private interests since the late 1970s. Nearly half the land sold to private interests. And that's involved the closure of facilities, community facilities, recreation spaces, and so on. And Brett Christophers, who's at Uppsala University, is doing some really pioneering work on this issue. He makes the important point that it's the commodification of land that's become very important, and the ownership, concentration of ownership of land as a core neoliberal project that's become important. I mean, we talk about the privatization of services, health and social care, which is important, but it's the privatization of land, which is very important for our purposes as urban scholars interested in urban aging. I just got this quote from Jessica Finlay and her colleague: across the planet, public spaces have in many cases been privatized, sanitized and regulated, while deep old age is compartmentalized to senior centers, retirement communities, nursing homes and other peripheral spaces. Now, the next element in this political economy, I think, is housing becoming, as we've already heard in presentations, a social risk rather than a social right. And Stein talks about how we have a conflict now between housing as a lived social space or housing as a social right and housing as an investment for profit making. And of course, we're seeing across Europe a number of demonstrations in countries like Portugal, Spain, the inequalities in housing affordability, which is forcing this process of age segregation. And a very interesting paper by Sabata and Finney looking at UK census data, arguing that, you know, you can see the outlines in the UK in neighbourhoods stratifying between young and poor, young and rich, old and poor, old and poor, and old and rich. And this, I think, is a very worrying development, which I'm going to come to right at the end in terms of its political implications. And finally, I think we've got the issue of the stress, the impact of chronic stress, or what Geronimus would call weathering, caused by the increase in unfit homes and unhoused people across Europe and North America, very clearly outlined in the overview of housing exclusion in Europe 2023, a very good report, really worth looking at, which looks at the extent of housing, the housing crisis across Europe. And I just put this figure, which is often much greater for particular ethnic groups. And I've just put this figure in for the UK, where we have 36% of people 50 plus of Bangladeshi heritage, and 30% of people are Black African, living in officially defined overcrowded conditions. And of course, that was extremely serious in terms of the impact of COVID-19. It's precisely those groups who had the highest rates of COVID-19. I mean, it's precisely the unfit housing conditions that many ethnic groups, ethnic minority groups were living in, that was causing the problem. Then we had what I would call or what Ashley Dawson calls the rise of extreme cities, where we have a combination of urban spaces of growing economic inequality combined with their acute vulnerability to climate, what Dawson calls climate chaos, producing this phenomenon of extreme cities. And of course, we're seeing this playing out in North America, in Florida, at the present time. But, you know, relevant to this group, you know, you could argue that the 21st century phenomenon is going to be displacement from home, not aging in place where you've always lived, but being displaced from home. I mean, it's part of the warped media coverage that we've had hardly any acknowledgement of the 3 to 4 million people displaced from their homes in West Africa because of the floods over the summer, and the thousands of people who've died. There's been hardly any acknowledgement of that at all. But that's been an appalling climatic disaster where people have just been flung from their homes, and the possibility of them going back to their communities is very, very slight indeed. And then finally, what I would call communities in distress. And, you know, we've got this combination, toxic combination, which is leading to populism throughout Europe, of, on the one hand, weakening of communities of place, what I would call communities of place driven by austerity, combined with insecurities associated with communities of work driven by precarious what Standing calls precarious employment. And I think those two, weakening of communities of place, weakening of communities of work, it's a very toxic combination, which is affecting your work in terms of issues about home and belonging. And one of the ways we measure this, of course, is issues about deprivation. And I just put this figure here from Manchester for healthy life expectancy. You know, in a neighbourhood of high deprivation in Greater Manchester, you've got 3.9 years healthy life expectancy for a man, 4.6 for a woman, compared with one of low deprivation, 14 versus 13.8 years. I mean, these are extraordinary inequalities which are affecting all of our communities. Okay, now, okay, it is a troubled situation, but I want to put forward an emancipatory response, drawing on Carol Estes, and she's argued for an emancipatory gerontology, defined as an approach which aims to advance knowledge and the realization of dignity, equity, healing, and social justice. And she argues that a crucial task is examining the neoliberal agenda and other forms of oppression and inequality that generate harms, and engage our communities to envisage revolutionary alternatives that understand obstacles, dilemmas, and possibilities for transformation. So I've just got 4 slides which brainstorm that idea. And the penultimate slide is the one that watch for. Okay, so my responses are critical approaches to urban ageing, social justice in the city, developing protected social spaces, and the one I'm least convinced about, the uses of disorder, but we'll come on to that. So I think there are 3 pillars to my critical approaches to urban ageing. And the first pillar is how does spatial ageism intersect with other forms of oppression? That will be one pillar. And then the second pillar would be, how do we link work on age-friendly, livable cities with wider struggles for urban space, whether it's solidarity cities, sanctuary cities, whatever, you know, all those different variants. And I would say one of the weaknesses of the age-friendly movement is the way that it's siloed itself from these other movements. The sanctuary cities, solidarity cities rather, is an interesting one. Frankfurt is a member of the Solidarity Cities movement. And if you go onto the relevant webpage, it's a very good statement by the mayor or administrator concerned, arguing about the rights of migrants and asylum seekers, very refreshing in the context of the struggles in Germany. And the third pillar is challenging the dominance of market-driven priorities. And Tina and I like this quote from Kern and her book, Feminist City, Claiming Space in a Man-Made World. I don't know whether you know, it's a very good book. Cities have the chance to realign spaces and services to a wider set of values, including care, equity, connectivity, and sustainability. And then social justice in the city. This could have a number of elements, but obviously there's spatial justice, which we think is important. How can we achieve fairness and equity in how space is organized and used? I mean, that's a big question, isn't it? Which I know you're longing for me to answer, but I'm going to move swiftly on to the second one, which is mobility justice, which I think is incredibly important. I was saying to somebody that we have struggled to unite the disability movement with the age-friendly movement, and disability seems to be siloed off to another area. Crazy, given that disability is such a profound issue in later life. So mobility, how do we achieve mobility justice? This is a book by Scheller, which I don't recommend. I found it very difficult to understand. But it's one of those books you find a quote in, and that's very good. So anyway, terrible of me to say these things. This is an idea I had, developing protective social spaces, that if you accept my argument that aging populations have coincided with a crisis in social space, we ought to think about protective social spaces which can promote goals of solidarity and equity. And I think, these spaces are obviously very important to those with cognitive, other disabilities, physical disabilities, or people experiencing abusive relationships. I mean, one of the criticisms of the contemporary city is it's a city that expels people with disability. It expels people who've experienced abusive relationships. How can we have a city that incorporates those people? That seems to me a crucial issue. And could we do it? This is the penultimate slide. Now, Richard Sennett, in the late 1960s, wrote a book called The Uses of Disorder, Personal Identity and City Life. And it's an unusual book. It was written in unusual times. Sennett's first book, written in the late 1960s, written at a time of optimism. The New Left was growing in America in protests against the Vietnam War. And there was a belief, even in America, that capitalism was about to implode. There's a lot of optimism in that sense in the book. What Sennett explores in the book is the deleterious impact of what he saw was segregated urban spaces. And his argument was those segregated spaces were creating situations in which people were retreating into situations where they would only talk to people who were like them. And they were in fear of communicating with people who were deemed as unlike them. Now, I think, the idealist in me says this is still terribly relevant for a Europe racked by racism, racked by the rise of the far right and so on. But it's a very, you could argue that it's a very idealistic argument that that we should encourage what he would call disorder. Disorder being situations where the forces of control, the police, etc., move to the margins, and it's the people who sort out the issues. It's the people who have dialogue with the people they feel uncomfortable with. It's a public space where people learn to tolerate difference, which encourages social interactions and the emergence of unplanned activity. It is worth reading the book, and you may conclude at the end of the book that a book written in the late 1960s is not relevant for the situations we face in 2024. But I think the issue of how we engage with people different than ourselves, because most of us like to spend time with people who are like us. I mean, except, when you're at some other stage of the life course. So my final slide, I've got one other slide actually after this, just on literature. So what this comes to, Tina and I talk about it in our book, A Collaborative Urbanism, which we have these three pillars of addressing inequality, inclusive planning and collective action. And I think they kind of summarize what I've been kind of trying to argue. I would just like to, I think the slides will go round, Anna. I'm afraid I've only got selected references. So if there are references here which I haven't got here, just send me an email. But there are some interesting books around. I don't know whether you look at Verso Publishing. Verso has a very good architecture and cities list. If you go onto their website, it's often possible to get good reductions, discounts off their book. A book that influenced me greatly is Christopher's, who, as I say, is at Uppsala, whose book, The New Enclosure, looks at the privatisation of land in the UK, but he's also looked at the privatisation and issues in other countries. Dawson's Extreme Cities, The Peril and Promise of a Life in the Age of Climate Change is a terrific book on climate issues with, covering cities as well. The Savage book, The Return of Inequality, Social Change and the Weight of the Past, does have a really interesting chapter on urban issues. Stein's book, Capital City, Gentrification and the Real Estate State, is also very good. So I would like to, there are different groups involved in HOMeAGE who contribute to my thinking, and I'm very grateful to Tina for always her helpful advice and support over the years. So I hope that was all right.
I would say your whole stance in your professional career has been towards disorder and disruption, Chris.
I think you said it's very supported by Tina. I think
yes, it's coming along nicely. I have lots of questions, but let me take questions from the floor, and I'll just pass around the mic so people online can hear.
Hello, Chris. Thank you for the presentation. That was fascinating. And specifically, you said the thesis at the end, the uses of disorder is something you're not absolutely sure about moving forward, but that builds, well, it was built on my Chantal Mouffe and Doreen Massey and all these people who spoke about how in city governance, what we actually need is we need conflict, we need antagonism, we don't need consensus. We don't need collaboration. Truly diverse environments will always have conflicting ideas and views. And I guess my question for you is, in your career, how have you encouraged those kind of principles while working with policy? And some would see policy and these systems as actually perpetuating the problems of kind of neoliberal urban governance, for example. So how do you kind of introduce those elements that don't seem very comfortable, like disorder or antagonism, to that audience? And why do you choose to speak to that audience when some critical people might say you shouldn't even work with those kinds of systems which are inherently fueling the problem?
Yeah, the only, off the top of my head, the one example I can think of is that I was involved in a study in the early 2000s, which involved interviewing members of the Bangladeshi community in the East End of London. And our report, or a fraction of the report, was highly critical of the housing department. And in the early 70s, and it's still true in London, the state of Bangladeshi community are the worst housing. But they're a remarkable community because they're also a community where the women especially fantastic in terms of making sure their kids get an education and so on. And you see extraordinary things happening in the East End of London because of that community. Anyway, this report went down badly with the council. It also went down badly though with white older people who I presented it to. And their view was, well, why should we be bothered about this particular group? You know, they're not East Enders or they're not whatever. It was a bit chastening, you know, having quite a hostile audience presenting. The findings are about, well, these are kind of housing conditions which we found in the study, and there are a lot of other things. But and I didn't handle it very well. I think probably, I don't think I lost my temper, but I think I treated people with respect, but it was awkward. I found it very awkward. I kind of closed this. I think I just closed the discussion. But I felt actually that in terms of what I've been talking about, there was a sense in which I was introducing conflict, out of which they might have a better understanding. Because at that time, there was a strong racism, organized racism in the East End. And these Bangladeshi mums said, you know, when I went to pick up my kids, often the white mums would be very rude to me, all that sort of thing. So it was a nasty environment. Which I don't think we know, well, we certainly didn't change, but I think introducing an alternative view about the lives of people was kind of through research. We had it was a strong piece of research. So yeah, I think that's the only example I can give. But I'll try and think of some more. Not now.
But isn't that perhaps a sad example of how we as researchers think if we create the solid evidence, that it will be accepted and taken up in practice? Other questions?
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm Fateme and one of the doctoral researchers in HOMeAGE, and I'm working on transportation. Maybe my question is not completely related to what you presented, but this is more from your experience of working in academia and also like with stakeholders or with like city municipalities and yeah. So one thing which is really important, I think, in transportation and like city planning is, of course, money. And when we want to plan something, we need to take into account the budget and the funding. And in the other way, there are many like social aspects that we need to consider. But most of the time, money is like winning. Because I was listening to a presentation about an industrial place in Sweden that they changed it to residential. And at the beginning, they were planning to have like diversity in that area because they wanted to have like cheaper housing and then like lots of different places. But because it was like consuming so much money, then at the end, they were not really diverse and like just some special, I would say, groups were residents of that place. So it seems like sometimes we don't have the same language between academia and stakeholders. And also, for example, social benefits or health benefits, they are more long-term and also hidden, I would say, because social things, they don't happen right away. You need to like wait for some time, and then it's not really important for stakeholders. So in your career or in your experience, how did you like deal or how did you convince people who care about money to take these into account?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, transport is a fantastically good example because, you know, I can think of a situation where I've been in discussion. You know, I pointed out to transport managers two important things. Firstly, the connection between access to transport and mental health at any stage of the life course is really important. And there are loads of things which you that demonstrate that fact for people with depression, for people with cognitive disabilities, and so on. So I think making the connection between those sorts of experiences is important. But I also think, and just drawing on the case of Manchester, I know I was involved many years ago now in some courses which Paul McGarry initiated on running age-friendly training, or training which would help people understand issues about age, for people at different levels of the bureaucracy. And transport was a crucial area, getting line managers to understand issues faced by older people with disabilities, getting on and off buses, and related issues, changing the attitudes of bus drivers, simple thing like that. You know, in a city where students dominate, where, you know, we have 40,000 students, Marx University has 40,000 students, you know, there are 100,000 students milling around. Older people have a tough time in that context. So explaining some of the issues here to managers, I think you can do it. I think if you can do it in the context of meeting them halfway, you know, you go to them and understand their issues, budgetary issues, but, you know, look at it like that. But I think it's a fantastically important area on transport, and, you know, you've got a great topic for it.
So Fatima shouldn't be entirely discouraged by, I think, her original idea that the money runs out when the privileged have been taken care of.
No.
Okay. Other question? Any other questions? Kieran?
There are many questions.
Hello, Chris, and thank you very much for the presentation. Jianmei, yeah. And my study is not on urban, but it's in rural. But also, I was wondering, like, could you explain more about like the spatial ageism that you mentioned in the presentation? Maybe like there are too many intense information I'm trying to catch up and trying to learn from you, but could you explain more about like what do you mean by spatial ageism? And then, because I'm wondering, maybe we not focus on, but I wanted to know the rural spatial ageism maybe. So do you have some recommendations on some reference book on spatial ageism, or do you have any ideas like what do you mean by spatial ageism?
Well, the expert on spatial ageism.
I'll bring your book chapter, don't worry.
Have a chat with Mark. Equally the term. I mean, I think it's a bit of a dodgy term. Have you been reading his slides, or did I have it on my slide? Oh, I apologise for that. No, well, I think it's an interesting idea that within environments, certain groups experience forms of exclusion on the basis of misunderstandings or discriminations about the extent to which they can contribute to those environments. I think Mark's point, without taking his name in vain, is that urban environments are what one might call productivity focused, and the productivities are not associated with older people. That's another issue. You know, productivity is associated with, and of course it comes back to people like Richard Florida, who years ago, I mean, he's slightly recanted, but Richard Florida was a Canadian urbanist who developed the concept of creative cities. Now, his argument was that you give cities a boost by bringing in artists, other creative types. And, you know, it influenced, I think, urban planners and mayors, because what they said was, well, perhaps what we need to do is bring in certain types of groups, whether it's, you know, encourage more students, encourage businesses, hospitality, and so on. But older people didn't really figure in that. So I think that it's these forms of, some of which are quite subtle, forms of discrimination. I think Tina and I talk about it a bit in our book, but I think it's, you know, there are these kind of, you know, issues which are there.
No, I'm gonna cut us off. Kieran has said that we're done. Thank you so much. Provocative as always, raising lots of questions. Thank you. Thank you.
The Greater Manchester Combined Authority. For a bit of context, you might know about Paul's work, and Chris has mentioned some of the research that happens in Greater Manchester, but there's a really long history of work around ageing within local government, going back to the 1990s. The City of Manchester was one of the founders of the Age-Friendly Cities and Communities movement. And I think we've got a really nice kind of community of practice around ageing where, you know, we've always had a level of collaboration between policymakers, academics, practitioners, and older people on the ground. Sorry. Oh, I'm just okay. I'm ruining it then.
No, is this the right?
Fantastic. Okay. So back in 2017, we had this exciting new thing in Greater Manchester where, for the first time, we had an elected mayor for the city region. His name's Andy Burnham, former Minister for Health. In his manifesto, he said an age-friendly Greater Manchester is one of his 10 pledges. And when he was elected, he quickly established the GM Aging Hub, which is a department in local government that Paul McGarry, he was here, leads. Its mission is to embed ageing across regional policy and support various initiatives that enable ageing in place. The department has more of a partnership model rather than a direct commissioning role. It's not a massively well-resourced department. They're reliant on grant funding and collaboration and memorandums of understanding to get stuff done on the ground. So as a little bit of context, and within that, it's worth reflecting. The slide you can see on the screen here is a graph that shows local government spending cuts in the UK between 2010 and 2023. Greater Manchester is one of the most deprived areas in the country. And as a result, between 2010 and 2019, it was one of the areas which was most affected by local government cuts. We have this perverse system whereby those with the highest level of need receive the highest level of cuts over that period. That has tapered off a little bit in the last few years, particularly around COVID, when local government spending kind of caught up a little bit. But as a context, Greater Manchester's local government funding was cut by 30% over that period. And there are some things which you can't cut because of national legal agreements. And it was often things that were on the peripheries which were getting the chop. So work around ageing, which isn't a kind of protected budget at a national level, were the kind of areas that were getting really hard hit. But so were the housing and the planning departments within local government. So when we're talking about neoliberalism and the privatisation, the power of the state to do anything about it was massively reduced over that 10-year period. So that brings me to kind of where we are. It's 2018. The Ageing Hub has just started. Paul McGarry is in office with one other member of staff, looking to develop a bit more capacity within the team. So being a bit of a wheeler dealer, he looks at what funding is available, who we can squeeze some money out of, finds an arrangement with Manchester Metropolitan University, who employed me, where I'll be seconded to their team. He would pay less than he would a normal member of staff. He would get a bit of expertise, and I could help him out 2.5 days a week over a few years. So yeah, at the time it was a really small team, completely new organisation. So the Ageing Hub and GMCA was completely new. Everyone was trying to find their feet. There was a lot of jostling within local government as to who was in charge of what and who was doing, who needed to listen to who. But my remit while I was there was about working with colleagues, particularly around the housing and planning departments, to embed kind of ageing into the various new policies, strategies and initiatives they had around housing and planning within the city region. One of the big reasons for setting up GMCA was a kind of demand for new housing in the north of England. There was a desire for around 200,000 new homes to be built in Greater Manchester, and the devolved powers at a regional level was seen as a way of doing that. I think we know from history in Manchester and Greater Manchester that often, despite all the success that the Ageing Hub and Age Friendly Manchester and various groups have had, housing has always been a really difficult issue to crack. It's sometimes felt like we've speaking slightly different languages. We've not got quite the same worldview. That our mechanisms for affecting change within housing aren't necessarily the ones that have worked in other arenas. So I'm now going to give you my reflections on my time. If that's not academic enough, we can call it an autoethnography, but this is very much an anecdote. This is my experience as an architect. So I know as an architect brings lots of biases in it itself. But I'm going to talk a bit about the challenges of working within the housing and planning stakeholders from an ageing perspective, recognizing there's really diverse sets of motivations, incentives, and capabilities within that world. Finally, I want to perhaps reflect on how policy environments create opportunities and challenges for academics more broadly and what we can learn from that system. I'm going to start with probably the bad first, and then hopefully the good second. And when I say the bad, I'm really keen for you not to see that I'm having a go at local government, or I'm saying that these people in the housing department are rubbish. I think this context of austerity and cuts and the lack of capacity to work in this have really pressed on all the things we've tried to achieve. So they're all great people trying to do good things in really difficult circumstances. So don't read anything I'm saying as individual criticisms of people, please. So when I started, my main reflection was one of culture shock, really. I was someone who's been a research associate for a number of years, working at a university, and drop into local government. I'm in a kind of world of structure that was very alien to me at the time, very formal processes of who you were and weren't allowed to talk to. I found it, very confusing that people would always, take things up the chain to come back down the chain, and it felt very disconnected at the time. But my main reflection of the first 6 months was that I felt like I was spending all of my time either preparing for a meeting or in a meeting. I'm sure for some of you that will be common from your academic careers as well. And after about 3 months, I sat down with Paul and was like, Paul, I don't think this is going well. I feel like I'm just in meetings all the time. This is what I thought this was going to be. And Paul, in his wonderfully, blunt way, said, Mark, the meetings are the work. It's not stopping you doing the work. The meetings are the work. The whole point of what we do is about being in those rooms, and the meeting is a process. It's not an output, I think was the main reflection. So you work with me a little bit. You kind of help me figure this stuff out where, when you're in the room, you're workshopping your argument. You're seeing what words resonate. If you're using a term like spatial justice and you've got the head of planning who's kind of rolling their eyes, perhaps I need to think of a different way to frame this issue, this opportunity. I think I was going into these rooms kind of feeling like, well, I'm doing my bit where I'm transmitting, my knowledge into a discussion. I wasn't doing enough of respecting what other people were putting back to me. I wasn't doing enough to interpret the gaps within what was going on and how we could fill them. It's often quite subtle, I think, the reflection was. I think it was really good to be working with someone like Paul, who is a seasoned veteran, who's able to pass these meetings, who we'd go to a meeting and I thought, oh, that went terribly. And then he'd say, no, that was brilliant because such and such said such and such, and that means we can do this. I think it's really easy to miss that. So all of the DRs on secondment, I really would try and spend some time with your kind of seasoned policy veterans to help make sense of all of those meetings you're in, because often I think it's quite easy to miss what was really important in them. But a few themes kind of from this time. I think for me this was the slightly bad time. I kind of didn't feel I was really getting quite what I wanted out of this comment at this point. One of them was about kind of identity within this process. I think we've touched on this a little bit, but you know, was I there? What hat was I wearing in these meetings? Was I an advocate for other people? Was I an advisor? Was I an activist? It felt like sometimes I was having to do all of them at different times and not quite knowing which was the right one. There's a quote from Paul here from our kind of reflections at the end that obviously you can't see. So I'm going to read out. It says, oh, actually we missed a slide. That'll be the reason.
Sorry, Mark, just to say, just email most of the people I see in the room the slides, so if you want to try and follow.
Okay, fantastic. Okay.
What slide do you want?
It won't tell me. 9. I'm at number 9. There you go. So it's about relationships. I think there's a recognition that we weren't in their system. That, you know, within the Aging Hub, we were sitting outside of the housing system. We were seen as being agitators. It was their world that we were trying to enter, and they were resisting us trying to enter it. You know, we're seen as another lobbyist or influencer rather than being part of their team. So I think an example of this was on the next slide is a map from a strategy called Places for Everyone. It's the regional planning strategy for 200,000 new homes over 30 years. We knew there was going to be this big influential report that came out. So we went to all the meetings, we wrote all the drafts, and you know, they asked us, how do we want to engage aging in this world? And we wrote reams and reams of work. And then the final document came out, and the aging section was about 3.5 paragraphs long, and it was really simplified, and it's, you know, it's stuff that you all know. And you know, it's better than it not being there, obviously. But it did feel really disappointing as a team that we've not won this fight. Like, climate change has got like 25 pages and we've got 3.5 paragraphs. So it felt a bit disappointing. And I think, you know, our reflections, you know, we also kind of followed up, and we tried to work with policymakers on, you know, how we could, you know, what didn't work for us. They're really sympathetic to the arguments. You know, they can, you know, there's no question in terms of what we were trying to say, but I think we went about it slightly the wrong way. I think we came at it with a kind of strategy of dominance. We kind of had this view that we knew the answers, we were right, and they didn't, and they were wrong. So we kind of like, they would say what they want to do. They said, oh, we want to really focus on, you know, extra care housing, and we'd go, okay, but why don't we think about this and this and this and this and this as well? When actually, what we should have done was a strategy of negotiation. We should have tried harder to understand why they were leaning the way they were, and think about how we could integrate into that in a more collegiate way. However, there's a quote on this page on slide 11 from Nicola Waterworth, who's a project manager at the Aging Hub. She was saying that policy is much about timing. I think we underestimate the seed sowing that was done, how it can feel like people want really precise guidance like we gave them. But if you don't bring them along with you, they're not going to be interested in those precise answers. I would say that on reflection, at the time we were very disappointed, but actually that work we did with those policymakers has had longer term kind of positive benefits. And the narrative that we were able to kind of feed into the system is something that's been drawn out in different ways. So, you know, after this document, there was a big tripartite agreement between the local housing providers, the health department, and local government, which is, you know, I think embodies a little bit more of what we're trying to get across. But on page 12 is, I think, a little diagram of the 3 things that, you know, on reflection, we didn't quite get right. It's a Venn diagram of the 3 bits of policy: evidence, narrative, and solutions. I think we were being told what we need is evidence. We just need evidence for this. But since turned out that that wasn't really what they needed. It's what they thought they could get out of us. They thought, as researchers, we're here to give evidence. But that wasn't necessarily the most useful thing. What they actually needed was more a narrative piece. They didn't know quite how to think about it in the right way. So that's something we've become a lot more aware of, and we've made it the start of discussions now. So rather than kind of having an open-ended thing, we talk about whether, more about what is the narrative you have, what are the solutions you have, what is the evidence you have, and how can we contribute to all of these at the same point. So the second theme that I'd like to raise is the difference between difficult and a complex problem. So I think for a long time during this era, we were seeing housing and aging as a difficult problem. That if only we had more time, more resource, more research, we could overcome these issues that we had. I think on reflection, what we had was a complex problem. So we define a complex problem as one with something that's fluid, where we don't know the answers. And it's difficult because the problem and solution is relational and dynamic. So if you can see slide 13, difficult problem is stable, known, and hard because you've not got the resource. That's like climbing a mountain. Climbing a mountain is a difficult problem. If only you do enough training and get the right equipment, you can get to the top. Whereas winning an Oscar is a complex problem. No one knows how to do it. You've just got to figure it out. I think at times we relied on this notion of a difficult problem because it's quite comfortable. It protects us as people working in this arena that, we're right. And the problem is that we've just not got enough time, energy, resource to actually address it. And that was right in some cases, but I think on reflection, all the problems we dealt with were about complexity. I think our key reflection from this period was that we should have trusted people to deal with that complexity more, that they weren't looking for simple solutions. They were able to embrace complex solutions if people are there to work with them, to work through them. And that involves collaboration rather than speculative contributions. I think where we were more successful, as we'll get into in a second, is where we worked with people over a period of time to come up with solutions together. And finally, my three themes of this difficult period were, I think, frustrations on the different culture in local government to academia. I think the key one was limited feedback loops. I think in academia, we're really used to feedback in the same way that when this presentation finishes, you can all tell me that I'm an idiot and I've thought about this the wrong way and I'll have learned something. Whereas in local government, everyone was incredibly polite. So the example of the regional strategy document where we wrote all these reams of stuff and they never had any complaints about it. So we thought it must be good because they didn't tell us otherwise. So, we thought, there's a quote on this page, we didn't get a fight from anyone. So I thought, great, that means it's going to go in the document. And Paul says, well, thing is, over the years, I have been honest with people and I've told them when it's not good. And then they've not spoken to me for 2 years. So enough of the bad. It was a really frustrating time. I think I didn't expect it to be, this is, very naive, but I didn't expect it to be quite as difficult and complex as it was. I thought it would be, I know some stuff, I will write it in a policy briefing, I'll send it off and people will use it. And I hadn't spent enough time getting around. You're nodding to me, Pamela, as someone who's been on the other side and read all those policy briefings thinking, what on earth is this person talking about? So I would argue that where we've been more successful is where we've seen policy as something that's co-produced, particularly co-produced outside of just a policymaker academic audience, something which draws in a wider partnership. So one of the things I did on my secondment was established a task group called the Housing, Planning and Ageing Group. It's a interdisciplinary, cross-sectoral working group consisting of people from local government, some architects, some property developers, both social and for-profit, and some NGOs, with a shared mission to increase the quality and quantity of age-friendly homes in the region. We have and are still operating. We've been going for about 5 years now. And we've done various things. We've we've developed research together, we've produced guidance together, we've contributed to some other slightly more successful local government strategies and initiatives. There's national initiatives that we've contributed to. And we try to be a critical friend to architects and developers within the region trying to work around aging, try and help them make their work better. On page 17, I'm just conceptualizing a little bit how as a group we think. I think we recognize that hopefully in the past, but probably still in the present, there's a conceptualization of older people as patients within housing and urban development, that so long as we're meeting the accessibility regulations, we are somehow being inclusive of older people, which obviously, and I'm sure we would all contest. We got where we are now, which is increasingly some people have got this kind of customer-based view of older people, and that's great if you are the market, which we know a lot of people aren't. If you don't have the means to buy the product, you are then ignored, and if you don't like what they're selling, you are not being covered. On page 18, there's a great news article as to some of the issues with this patient and customer-based model. This is a local government down in Surrey who blocked the development of a retirement living scheme because they were worried it was going to, in their words, undermine the vitality of the local high street. They were worried that because there'd be some older people using the high street, that it would somehow ruin their town centre. So there's obviously a huge need within local government to try and get ageing further on the agenda and have people think about it in a more sophisticated way. So as a group, we've always kind of focused on this idea of citizenship, which we call lots of different things, but is mostly what we've been talking about today. It's about recognising the complexity of later life, having older people having a greater say in the environments and how they affect them, and finding new ways of working, with and from older people's perspective. So what have we done? Well, we've collectively held industry events. We've helped research teams do work. So, some of you might be aware of the work in Victoria North and Northern Gateway that Manchester have been involved with. We meet with architects and developers, and really a lot of it is around winning hearts and minds. It's about building a kind of community of practice and making sure that we've got allies in every room, that we're bringing people on board around this agenda. One of the ways we did this was a guide that we developed last year called Creating Age-Friendly Developments. I'm not really going to get into the content of the guide, but it's kind of 62 prompts right through from the very start of a development process through to kind of detailed housing design. It's not a list of things you have to do. It's a list of questions that we want people to ask themselves. For us, the thing that was really interesting was a number of the property developers in the group really helped us shape this. And it's a completely different document than it would have been had it just be led by the policymakers and the academics. They gave us loads of really good insight in terms of, there's the first draft was a little bit hectoring. The idea of a checklist is really off-putting because if you don't meet all the checks, then it's difficult to get support internally. I think it was really nice because we had developers on board where their values were perhaps slightly different from what they did, although they might have been working for for-profit developers who, in many cases, part of the problem that we've been talking about today in terms of kind of ownership and neoliberalism. But as individuals, they might disagree with the organizations they're in, and they would quite like to do something to steer them in a more progressive direction. So although we can talk about kind of revolution and the big changes we want to see in society, I think we've always come at this from a perspective of being inside that system, and can we shift the dial a bit, and is that a better thing to do than not do anything at all? Not sure if that's right or wrong. We can debate that later, but it's certainly the perspective we've had, mostly because Paul and the Aging Group wouldn't exist if they didn't try and at least affect those systems in a positive way. So the end of the project on page 22 was a really important day for us. So we had 70 property developers from across the Northwest come to the launch events, which was hosted by one of the big developers. And it wasn't usual customers. These were people from kind of the mainstream housing sector that had mostly ignored aging. They didn't see it as part of their role. They saw aging as something that other people did. And we were talking about, you know, how they could be more age inclusive, and they were really keen. They really wanted to understand it more. And then we had one developer started using the guide on a scheme in Stockport. Really interesting developer. They're kind of a B Corp certified developer, so they've got an ethical lens. And the quote on page 23 is, you know, it's been useful for us to be able to hand this guide to our design team. We have a meeting, they're referring back to it all the time. It's great for everyone. I think for us, this was something that I think was a product of the co-production that happened. That the guide was, we always tried to frame the guide as a mechanism for creativity rather than one for compliance. I think the suggestion that we all bought into was that if you're telling someone what to do and we've got no legislative hammer to hit them over the head with, they can just ignore it. But if you give them an opportunity to be creative, to do better, do a good job, give you a nice challenge to solve and kind of the permission to do something exciting with it, that you get more interest and more people buying into it. And that seems to be the case over the last year of people that have been using it. Right, so slide 24 is my second to last slide. This is, there's a photo of a guy called Andrew McIntosh. He's the director of place for Greater Manchester, and he's the chair of the GM Housing Investment Fund, who's sitting on about £250 million of money that they lend at preferable rates to developments which meet strategic objectives within the city region. Often strategic objectives mean economic growth, but don't need to. So he was at the launch of this report, and he said quite bluntly, we really like this agenda. I would really like some applications to my fund which look at age and inclusivity in innovative ways. And from our perspective, this is where that kind of policy challenge gets overcome, because we're no longer outside of a system trying to kind of butt into it. You've got the head of it saying, I support this and I'm willing to, you know, put my money behind it. And it's really something that's accelerated interest in this world. And, you know, since this meeting, we've had a huge amount of interest from developers wanting to come and speak to the group and try and learn more about what you do, because it's a market system. And, you know, so I think my final reflections are that, you know, throughout this process, it has been really hard. It's been really, in fact, I find it really difficult to do. I think mostly because local government is such a contested space. And I perhaps assumed that local government would be a team working around a shared ambition, when actually you've got departments and even individuals in departments with very different sets of values and agendas and objectives. And that, you know, the job of seasoned policymakers like Paul is to navigate that, is to kind of chart that course through which you can achieve your goals. What Paul would say if he's here is the importance of growing the band. I think in Paul's case, it's probably a prog rock band. But developing allies over time. I think one of the successes of both the Ageing Hub's work, but also the Housing Planning and Ageing Group, is sustained commitment to working in this area. That you bring people on board, you expand your circle, you have people that are on the same page in all the rooms. So rather than it being a small team who can't be everywhere, you've got a distributed network of people advocating for it. You know, with the Age Friendly Developments Guide, the fact that it was co-produced by 15 people meant it had 15 natural advocates the day it came out, and that's meant we've been able to spread it a lot quicker than we otherwise would. And finally, I guess what all this is about is the importance of collaboration, not just dissemination. It was the process of finding these policies and developing them together, which has been as, if not more important than actually getting them out there. You can get 15 people to agree that this is what you should do. Even if we didn't print the report out, we still would have made a really significant positive difference within and outside GMCA. So I apologize, this is probably a very difficult presentation to listen to without my slides, so apologies for kind of waffling on at you after a very long day. But that's me. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mark. I think you made it well without the slides. So do we have questions?
Thank you, Mark, for the interesting presentation. I found it discouraging, but also inspiring at the same time. I wonder, what do you think is a reasonable expectation to have for us in our PhD? What kind of impact can we have, and should we expect to have an impact at all?
Oh, come on, you should aim high. You should aim high. No, I think it's I think it is difficult, obviously. I would say that for me, when we're talking about the kind of policy briefings and things which are in your kind of program, the way I think about those is that they are the solidification of ideas which have already been socialized. So rather than see it as just a kind of transmission of an idea that you've had, the more you can do to make sure that it's landing with the people that you need to, so that the thing on paper is something that everyone's already signed up to. I think that's where we've seen policy briefings in GMCA particularly be, they're most useful. I appreciate that's very difficult if the level of working is national or international. But yeah, the more you can do to align what you're doing to things that might already be going on, particularly things that aren't quite settled, but are still a bit up in the air. So in Manchester at the moment, there's a big manifesto around an idea called housing first, which obviously has come from the homelessness studies. But the mayor has applied it to all housing. And it's opened a bit of the door for us. So it's like, oh, wow, how does aging fit into housing first? We're trying to get in those meetings, we're trying to understand the language that they're using about housing first. And we're trying to think about how can we kind of thread the needle and talk about the work that we do in those kind of terms and get in that strategy. So I think the more you know about the place where you're trying to influence, the more time you can spend workshopping the language, the framing, the more impactful you can be with the policy briefing.
It's a great presentation. Thank you so much, and it didn't miss the slides at all. So this is probably more of a kind of a comment, because I'm kind of sort of in the area a little bit, and I just wanted to pick up on some of the pieces. And so one of them was getting the political space in local government when there are so many conflicting agendas. Every city wants to be an age-friendly city, but it also wants to be child-friendly, and it wants to be sustainable, and it wants to be creative, and it wants to be green. And there are lots of alignments between all of these things. In some instances, they need the same kind of structures, but there are also huge conflicts. And navigating and trying to find one way to get through that, I think, is something that's very important. And then I think just picking up on what we were saying, and one of Chris's last slides around the levels of collaboration that are needed. Collaboration is very easy to call for, but it is notoriously difficult in practice because, again, there are conflicting interests. So, I'm sort of finding that it's more around how can we learn to manage positive transgression. That we are going to have these conflicts, and we are going to have these overlapping spaces. And if we can find ways of not having to give too much ground, but enough ground, and manage networks and interests and common interests. So I think that was there. And then I think the other one was just finding ways of getting the agendas into the structures that are monitored. Because in our early days, we did our age-friendly strategies, but it was a voluntary thing, and it would sit there, and all our people were happy with it. About 5 years ago, we made the commitment to wrap it into the local economic and community development plan. That's statutory. It needs to be monitored, and it brings a whole different set of some of them are problem, but it means it's going to get attention, it's going to get monitored. So the extent to which the agendas and the policy issues that are there can get into those structures, I think, are there. So it was really just to kind of reinforce and follow up.
Yeah, I'll touch on that. I completely agree. I think we've always really, in terms of those competing agendas, it is really I find it really challenging. I think the view that if Paul was here, we'd be talking about was that he's gone through a few of these cycles where, you know, when all of the ducks are in a row, if that analogy works internationally, when everything aligns perfectly, that you've got everything you need to be ready to go. And when things are going in a different direction, if the winds of change of kind of focusing on something else, there's a need to contract, and there's a need to maintain, and there's a need to keep this show on the road. And I think that has been for me one of the big successes of the Aging Club, and the work in Manchester over a long period of time. That, you know, the team has over the various periods grown to 14 members of staff, and then contracted down to 3, and then kind of come up again. But the thing that's unified it is continuity. It's you know, how's University of Manchester doing work on ageing for 20 years at house, like Paul McGarry and others at the helm for that period, which have enabled it to deal with those inevitable shifts in where people's focus is. I think when we try to align things ourselves, we've always found it more difficult though. So we've got things like this. We've got a working group around kind of ageing and climate change within Greater Manchester, which is just really exciting things. So I think it's got a huge amount of potential. But you can already see how difficult it is for a group like that to really get into the system, because it feels like a campaigning group as opposed to the main climate change group, which is, it's got its KPIs, it's got its mission statement, and it's on its way, and you know, you've got to get on the train or else it's going to leave. So I didn't answer your question, but it wasn't a question. So I think we're both equal.
Thank you for your presentation and this experience of participant observation you had actually there. And my question concerns the role of another important actor. I heard something about it, but I was wondering, and that is the civil society organizations, because you talk a lot about within the local governments and how it was the need to find allies, and but what about finding a sort of strong alliance in civil society, and through them then kind of push the local government to hear to academic voices more? Just wondering about that.
Yeah, it's a great question. I'm not sure if I mentioned, it was on the slide, but the Housing Planning and Ageing Group does have representatives of the Greater Manchester Older People's Network, who are our kind of larger local body. They're an interesting group because they're one which is that isn't necessarily a bottom-up group. It's an organisation which was convened by a, what would you call it? It's like a local community group facilitator. So it was artificially generated. It was, you know, people thought we needed some kind of forum for older people's issues to emerge, and you know, they recruited and they support and manage it. So I don't think it. I think it's a it's a great resource for us to have first and foremost as you know, policymakers and a research community. They're not necessarily the most kind of activist or forceful one, because of how they were set up, I think. So I don't think we can quite rely on them to be the ones who are knocking on the mayor's door, because it's not how they're constituted. So yeah, that might be a specific challenge that we've got in Manchester, is that we don't necessarily have that. But that is perhaps kind of dealt with in a different way because of the amount of work the Aging Hub does, which is kind of bottom-up participatory co-designed elements, that there's a distributed amount of kind of resident-led initiatives within the city region rather than as a kind of single big institution who are fighting our corner.
I just reflect on that. It's not really a question, but we simply had a group of older people who held the government to account for the strategy for older people in Wales. But you were talking about how the departments contract when there are different agendas that are higher up. And what happened with the Ministerial Advisory Forum was they got cut at one point. So there was no one holding the government to account for the where their actions and whether or not they carried out the strategy, which was a real shame.
But yeah, but Wales have, do they still have an older people's commissioner in Wales? I think we're talking about a similar thing in Greater Manchester, aren't we, of having a commissioner. And I think someone who feels empowered to, you know, Paul's a great guy, but you know, the mayor's his boss. So it's got to be nice to him. I think we could do with someone who's, you know, yeah, a bit independent, but's got sharp elbows and, you know, able to knock on his door and tell him what for. But, maybe we'll get them to come to a future network event.
I don't think we are coming to an end unless, I mean, I don't know if we can see.
No questions.
Okay. No online questions. So I think we are getting to the end of today in the long lecture, which was really interesting and inspiring. So I just hope that DRs are not too afraid and discouraged. You know, you need patience. But I mean, we need you. That's for sure. Is there any specific instruction here?
We just close this and then there's a couple of announcements. But yeah. So
Okay, so maybe a last round of applause for. Thanks a lot, Mark, again.
So we'll just say goodbye to everybody online, and I think we're here. Yeah. So we'll just there's Amanda. We'll say good luck to everybody online, and then we just got a couple of key announcements as well. But there are, I guess, a couple of things that we should be taking away from today. One is primarily around that idea of security, control, and choice in different environments. And I suppose we've heard at various different points today about that question about how do we try and map that material security of environments onto that ontological insecurity that some people have. So there is various different messages that we can take away from today that feeds into that. And actually, just very quickly, the work of Burns on oscillating in and out of a sense of place despite environmental conditions is something that would be really useful to look at. From the policy perspective, I think there's a lot of conversations even around theoretical contributions that are giving us insight into some of the challenges of the policy piece, but also some of maybe the solutions around the collaborative piece as well. So we're going to close the public session and then we'll just hold you for another few minutes for some announcements. So thank you everybody for joining us online, and hopefully we'll see you